is the Big O Show. This 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 is
So here we are. I wanted to show you the backyard again because we had some trouble last time, but you know, CuttersEdgePro.com does some amazing stuff, and there are the boys and the girl. They're having fun. There we go. Right, Maiden? Right, Bono? There we go. They're having fun. I'm having fun. Look at our Sylvester palm. It is beautiful. We got another one in the front yard like that. You can take your home and landscaping to the next level. And the artificial turf, look at that. Look at that, the two dinosaurs going at it, huh? Look at that. You gotta love the dinosaurs. Look at them. They like to bite each other's legs. That's what they do. They play with each other and then they bite each other and they piss each other off. It's fun. One is Bono, which is the one farther away from you, and Maiden. She's the girl right here. She's a badass. That's for sure. So anyway, see the flowers are coming out. Very nice. CuttersEdgePro.com, folks. This big tree there will start budding that I'm showing you there soon. It'll have all kinds of flowers. I'll post another video and I'll show it to you. This is a backyard where everybody gets to hang out. Over there in the corner there, I put the barbecue and cook. So that way it's the farthest away from the house, you know. If I light myself on fire or somebody else, we're out in the corner away from everybody. There you go. So you can get some flowers coming out, which is a beautiful thing. And I swear by this artificial turf, it always looks phenomenal. I don't have to cut it. I don't have to water it. And so I'm saving a lot of money, hundreds and thousands in the long run, because I'm not watering or, of course, cutting the grass. And you know, here in South Florida, we cut the grass like every 10 to 14 days.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CFs, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right. Good morning, boys and girls, on a beautiful hump day. It is April 26th as we are making our way to the final days of the month of April. We've got the draft tomorrow night. We've got Heat tonight, looking to close out the Bucks. What is it, the Fiserv Arena or whatever the hell it is? So let's see if they can actually, that would be pretty cool if they close them out in Milwaukee. They've got 3 shots at closing out the Bucks, and I think a lot of us are hoping that they can do it tonight. Would be really, really cool. Ira and Kurt are coming up, so they'll give you a hardcore hour of Miami Heat and NBA talk. Last night, it was the Hawks over the Celtics, 119-117. They're the only ones that were able to stave off elimination because the T-Wolves, who are soft as hell with Towns, and, you know, I like the Edwards kid, but that team is soft. Denver wins 4-1 in that series, and then the Suns close out the Clippers 4-1. How's Kawhi Leonard doing? All right, yeah, sack of injuries. So, I mean, it's like Toronto got lucky that one year. He stayed healthy. Hell of a player, but, dude, that guy is so unreliable. It's not even funny. So, you want to know what I laugh about last night and the reactions, and, you know, I'm watching the replays and all that kind of stuff. Trae Young. What's so special? That he's an Oompa Loompa that shoots from 45 feet? I'm just wondering, what's so special about Trae Young? Ball hog? Bricklayer? The hell do I want Trae Young for? If I'm building a fucking chimney, I'll call Trae Young. I mean, do people really follow basketball? Do they really understand what they're watching? You don't win with Trae Young, ever. You don't win with that kind of basketball. It's just like, oh, wow, so he hit a 40-foot three-pointer to win the game. Big deal, dude. Big freaking deal. Do you watch what the guy did for the game? I didn't watch the game. I watched the highlights. But then I don't need to watch the game because I've seen this bullshit from Trae Young all the time. So they won 3-2. Who cares? They're down 3-2. Boston will finish their sorry asses out. Trae Young shot 14 of 33 to score 38 points. Do you know how shitty that is? You got to shoot 33 times to get 38 points. Really? And people are bragging about this bullshit? Trae Young is a brick-laying gnome. He's nothing in this league, dude. He's a sideshow. He's nothing. He's just a terrible shooter with terrible hair. That's it, dude. Nothing more, nothing less. You want real basketball? 14 of 33 for 38 points for Trae Young, okay? 5 of 13 from three-point range. Last night, just watch the game. You ever heard of this guy named Devin Booker? You ever heard of him? 47 points last night to Trae Young's 38. 47 to 38. If my math is correct, Sean, 47 is more than 38, correct? I think I'm right on that one. Okay, Devin Booker shot 19 of 27. Not 14 of 33. No. He shot less, 27 to 33, and he made 19 to 14. So Devin Booker took 27 shots to make 47 points. Trae Young took 33 shots to make 38 points. Jimmy Butler took 28 shots to score 56 points. He went 19 of 28. 3 of 8 from three-point range, which is pretty damn good for Jimmy, by the way. But 19 of 28. So this clown, Trae Young, made 14 of 33. Jimmy makes 19 to his 14 out of 28, not 33. So he makes 6 more shots than rock ass Trae Young. 5 more shots than Trae Young, and takes 5 less shots than boulder ass Trae Young. Learn the damn game, dude. Efficiency matters. All these shots, all these missed shots, you're giving the opponent more possessions. You're ruining your possessions. You're not maximizing your possessions. You're just heaving up a whole bunch of shit. And yeah, of course you're going to score points because you shoot a lot. Trae Young ain't shit. Okay? Trae Young's a bricklayer. And that doesn't get you anywhere in this league. The Atlanta Hawks will never win anything with Trae Young. Look, let me tell you something. Trae Young is a poor version of Allen Iverson, a broke-ass version of Allen Iverson. Okay? And the only reason Iverson willed his way to a finals one year, even though he's also super inefficient too, but he was way tougher than Trae because he could actually go to the hoop. Okay, that's one thing that Allen Iverson was fearless. Trae scores everything from the outside. He'll drive some, but Allen Iverson would drive a lot to the hoop and take punishment and go to the line and all that kind of stuff. But even AI style, also, he had to have the ball in his hands the entire time, and it's just not efficient, those kind of players. And AI is better than Trae Young. What, the Trae Young shoots from farther distance? Who gives a shit, dude? You lose sight of the clown-ass show of shooting from 45 feet when you don't shoot effectively. That's the difference. When Steph Curry's got it going on, it's not he's also shooting more efficiently. It's not volume. He's not scoring 40 points by shooting 37 times. And so that, to me, that's the part that I find hilarious, is that I see these people bragging about Trae Young and talking and writing, and I see it on the website now, and I'm watching on ESPN and marvel at Trae Young's shot, and it's like, who gives a shit, dude? So what? They staved off elimination for one game. the Hawks aren't going anywhere with that guy as your lead. No one will win anything if Trae Young is your lead guy. Put it that way. Trae Young probably should be a number 3, but he has to learn how to play off the ball and those kind of things. And if you're going to have to run everything through him, you'll never have an efficient offense. That's all. So, just to kind of get that off my chest, because I just cut this Trae Young bullshit already. It's like, plus he's a complete liability on defense. His little skinny hands can't cover anybody. Anyway, we got the boys coming up. We get ready for game 5, I'm sorry, of the series, and let's see if they can actually get it done. Vegas has no respect for the Heat. I kind of like taking the points tonight because obviously the Bucks are going to kill themselves to win tonight. They have to, obviously. But, man, they were favored by 11.5 points. I kind of figure that maybe the Heat might make it a little closer than that and, win with it within the 11.5 points would be nice. Although they're really comfortable. This could be one of those games where, Milwaukee takes off from the get-go and the Heat's got that comfortable 3-1 lead and all that kind of stuff. We'll see. It could go either way. It could go either way, but I'm almost leaning on taking the Heat plus the 11.5 points because just you kind of get a feeling that you'll get a pretty good effort tonight. And confidence should be better for everybody. I mean, Jimmy never lacks any confidence, but I'm talking about everybody else. Being led by a superstar does, lift everybody else, and guys like Duncan are finding their way a little bit. So it's actually pretty cool. Let's bring the boys aboard. I see Ira is already there. We await for Kurt to join us. Good morning, Ira. How are you doing, sir?
Good morning from the same exact hotel room that I was in exactly a week ago here on Wednesday. Deja vu all over again with a completely different vibe than when I was in Milwaukee last week.
No doubt.
You know what? I thought this would be our season-ending review show. Let's be honest, Big O, where they stood. And now to see where they are right now, it's a whole new world.
Yeah, no, I mean, you got a break and you took advantage of it. And then Jimmy put together what I think is the second greatest performance of all time in a Heat uniform. I still have to go with Wade in Dallas. That was, because it's the NBA Finals, and that was, that was really on the brink, overall. So to me, this is one of the great performances, of all time for the Miami Heat. That was pretty special. That's why I laugh at the people, you weren't on yet, but I'm laughing at the people that brag about, Trae Young and all that. And it's like, dude, you're 14 of 33 to score 38 points. Right. Butler was 19 of 28 to score 56 points. Booker last night was 19 of 27 to score 47 points. And to me, efficiency, that kind of really came to light during the Big Three, how they wanted to make them efficient and those kind of things. And that's grown on me since then. And I look at that a lot in the game. And to me, Trae Young is kind of like a poor man's Allen Iverson, I was saying, because Iverson could go to the hoop a lot more. Even he'd go through those redwood trees and take the hits. But it's really hard to win when you're led by a volume shooter like that. And that's where I think Spo, brags about Jimmy's IQ. And I don't think people give players enough credit who are great scorers, but they're also efficient along the way, and they really lift their offense.
Yeah, efficiency is what creates greatness. You can look at so many of these scoring lines, and we always talk about a good player on a bad team, and you have a chance to do that. And then when it comes to All-Star and All-NBA, people load up on the statistics and just the scoring. But it's what does it contribute to winning? So let's give Trae Young his props for last night, because he did it on the defensive end also. And then he came up with a big shot. So that was a little one-off from the usual volume scoring from Trae Young. But when you do it efficiently, everyone gets involved. So even how the Suns won that series, they won it not only with Devin Booker, who was sublime, but also with Kevin Durant. Because Devin Booker left an opening for Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant left an opening for Devin Booker. What the Heat need in one of these 3 remaining games is for someone to take advantage of the opening that Jimmy is providing by being so efficient on a low shot total, whether it's Bam Adebayo, whether it's Kyle Lowry. They need one more player because you know what? You can't get that type of scoring imbalance. That was the second highest scoring imbalance in NBA playoff history between what Jimmy did and I think Bam was number 2 in scoring. So, you can't go from 56 to 15. There has to be something in between.
Are we just lying to ourselves? Do we keep lying to ourselves about this? There is no number 2. There is no Robin.
Right now, there isn't. Right now, there isn't.
Nobody has the balls to become that.
No, that's actually the actual truth there, Big O. I hate to break your bubble, is no one has the hamstring. Bam Adebayo has been dealing with a hamstring injury. And just because this Heat team doesn't play up injuries, the bottom line is he's been taking his regular treatment. He's been pushing through. Look, I know you like your narrative of a guy's either great or a guy stinks, but sometimes there are mitigating factors.
There's nothing about Bam that stinks. I've never said that in my life. I call him a super role player. That's what I call him because he's not a star. Stars, listen, hamstring injuries don't have to do with shit. You have to be able to impose your will. That's what stars do. They impose their will on you, whether you like it or not. And Bam, just like Barkov, just like a lot of guys, this is why I call Bam Jamal Mashburn Part 2. Super talented, super gifted. You can score, you can play the game, but are you willing to put yourself out there every night and force it on people? And that's what stars do. They do things whether you like it or not. And Bam is too passive to be a star.
See, I don't like that word. I think it's condescending to say, are you willing? He's willing. What you mean is he able and capable? There's a difference.
Sometimes he's able. I think he's able and capable. He's not willing. I'm sorry, Ira. I think that's
harsh.
It's the reality. It takes a will to be great, Ira, every single day. It's really hard to be great every single day. It's easier to coast every single day.
He doesn't coast. Disagree.
I know that, but it's not a matter of coasting, but it's just a matter of I can get by with what I know I can do.
Your Honor, let Judge Heelan in on this. Kurt, you can be the tiebreaker here.
I don't think he's a true number 2, but he's also in like the worst possible matchup. Like there are teams he can do damage to. This isn't one of them. Brook Lopez, Giannis Antetokounmpo on the front line. He's always going to be thwarted here. It's going to take, you're right though, somebody's got to step up, and it can, pick your guy, role player who steps up for a night. Somebody's got to have a 28-point night, basically.
Well, Kurt, I watched Alonzo Mourning here, undersized center for many years. That son of a bitch never gave up and gave you a game, and it didn't matter who he was playing.
And you know what? And he didn't give you a lot of games. He wasn't a scorer. Big O. He wasn't a scorer. He wasn't a scorer. So you're putting expectations on Bam you never put on Zoe.
Well, hold on a second. Because Zoe also imposed his will as a star on defense. That's the thing. He made a difference in the game by either passing out of the post if he had to, blocking shots, or scoring in the post and scoring at the line, which is what he did a lot because he imposed his will on you all the time. So I've seen the Dennis Rodmans of the world. I've seen the guys that are smaller than other people, shorter than other people, and all that, and yet their will comes out constantly, night in and night out. I don't see that. Bam doesn't have that fire. It's the same thing as Barkov. You follow hockey, it's the same thing. You can either look at Kachuk, who's a son of a bitch, or you can look at Barkov. And Barkov is just as talented as Kachuk, but the problem is Kachuk is wired completely different than Barkov, and that's the difference. And I think that Bam is just that guy that's not wired to be nasty, and that's the problem I have with him, unfortunately. And that's why Kurt is right. He can't be a number 1 or number 2. He's like a number 3 on a really good team overall. He can't be a 1 or 2 on your team.
I'll get to this more with Kurt and our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, but I think he can be a number 2 if you maybe have a little better number 3 also. So a lot of times there's a chemistry angle there also. Chris Bosh was not the huge scorer with the Heat's big 3, and I know he was a number 3 there. You can make it work with Bam, but it takes more, I agree, to make it work with Bam when he's playing this style of game. That I will not deny.
1 hour of hardcore Miami Heat and NBA talk coming your way right now with the Red Recover Inside the Paint show.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And welcome back in for another weekly, usually 9 a.m. on Wednesday, RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel here in Milwaukee in the exact same hotel room as a week ago, getting ready for Heat Bucks tonight, Game 5 from the Sun-Sentinel. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com, out in L.A., where they used to have 2 playoff teams. Now they have 1 playoff team. We'll get to that in a moment, but let's get to the moment at hand. And I want to say also, we will be going to the chat board. See, a bunch of people have already on YouTube. They're giving their thoughts. We'll get to that. We'll make this very viewer intensive. So go there, add a comment, smash the like button. Kurt, Miami Heat up somehow. 3-1 on Giannis Antetokounmpo, Drew Holiday, Chris Middleton, Brook Lopez, the number 1 seeded in all the playoffs. Milwaukee Bucks didn't see this coming. Want to throw this out to you. Want to throw this out to our listeners here on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. And I want you to be honest here. And listeners, I want you to be honest. Kurt, if you could bet your family's entire savings, either you have everything, double or nothing, on the Miami Heat winning this series, and I'm giving you a 3-1 lead in the equation, do you think it is a given that the Miami Heat win the series, that they should be favored in the series? And the reason I ask this is the math. The Miami Heat are favored by 11 to 11, I wish they were. The Bucks are favored by 11 to 11.5 points tonight.
Wow.
I would assume going back to Miami for Game 6, if there is one on Friday, the Bucks will be favored again. Obviously, the Heat will get the home court. Line might be down 3, 4, 5. They'll still be favored. I think we both agree if you get to a Game 7 in Milwaukee, where the Bucks have won 2 in a row, back on their home court, looking to advance, they'll probably be a prohibitive favorite. There's all these statistics out there. Home teams in Game 7 of NBA playoffs have won something like 90% of their games. So Kurt Heelan, honestly, because I know you do this a lot in Pro Basketball Talk, would you bet the farm? And I bet you in any other situation with the team up 3-1, even like the Lakers, you would bet the farm. Would you bet the farm on the Miami Heat definitively winning this series?
Yeah, I still think that they're going to win. I still think I would bet. If you make me choose one of them, I will check it. Now, if I can bet my cats, I will put them on the Bucks because I don't care what happens. But if it's like the house and the family, I still think the Heat. You're right about this, but you don't want to get to a Game 7, right? Like you on top of being on them having 1-2 in a row and having momentum and being home. 7s are random. 7s are weird one-off games like an NCAA tournament. And those are the games where Pat Connaughton or Gabe Vincent or Caleb Martin, somebody random has a brilliant game and just wins, like handles the pressure and wins it. And you just don't want to deal with that because it's too weird. I think you've got to win one of the next 2 and probably 6 at home. I think that's the one you're geared up for. I don't trust this. Part of the reason I'll do it is after watching them is great. And I don't want to take anything away from Jimmy and his otherworldly performance the other night. I don't know about these Bucs, man. I don't think they're quite as good as I thought they were.
Well, but here's the question. I want to go sort of piece by piece with you. And Heat fans, I'm not being negative. I'm just saying there is the possibilities. The Bucs are favored by 11 to 11.5 points tonight, Kurt. Do you find that line reasonable, appreciating this situation?
I think it's high. I think it's hard to play against the Heat. I don't think that they match up well with them. To me, that number seems like the Heat are going to make them work for it, even if the Bucs end up winning. I just think it's that. I think that number's too high.
Well, let me ask you this though: Do you feel the Bucs should be favored tonight?
Yeah, I think that. Here's why. The other thing, and we saw it last night in Toronto, in Atlanta. Desperation. You feel you're going to have to beat a desperate team one night to get there, and the Bucs will be desperate the way the Hawks were desperate. Frankly, the way the Timberwolves were desperate and almost pulled off a win. Clippers didn't have the people to do it, and they even led for part of the first half. It's just a different level. You're going to get the very best of the Bucs tonight. Okay,
so let's say the Bucs win tonight, folks. I'm not saying I want the Bucs to win. I'm not predicting the Bucs to win, but I'm saying let's say the Bucs win tonight because they're favored by 11. They may not cover it. They win. You're a bookmaker because that's where the money is these days. So you're setting up a line for DraftKings or someone. Milwaukee Bucks come back to Miami down 3-2 in the series. Where would you roughly see the line being in that game Friday night at the KSdt Center?
My guess would be like Bucks 3.5, something like that.
So again,
I think they'd be favored.
You're seeing the Bucks being favored again, as they have through every game in this series, as they were even in Monday in Game 4. So the point I'm trying to make is I think it's sort of a weird dynamic. The Heat are favored now nominally to win the series, but the Bucks are going to be favored every game, remaining series. Throws it awful little in the series. And I disappeared, and I think I'm back now. There's one key in the series, and that is this. Giannis Antetokounmpo has to guard Jimmy Butler every single possession going forward. I don't understand why he didn't. I understand Drew Holiday is a great perimeter defender. I understand that if you put Giannis on Jimmy, you're putting someone else on Bam, who's not been, like Big O told us on the Crosstalk, on the Big O show, all that great anyway. Doesn't Giannis have to guard Jimmy? Don't you have to just put best on best and get that length on Jimmy? Or am I missing something? Or is it because of the injury? Or is it because of the time off? Or is it to keep him out of foul trouble? Or is it to save his legs? Kurt, if we're still doing Inside the Paint, RedRecover.com, Inside the Bucks, that's what I'm sort of championing right now. Your thoughts on that?
I think they have to because he just destroyed Middleton last game. They tried that for a while. Middleton fouled out, was in foul trouble. Just can't handle him. I thought Drew. I'm like, all right, here comes Drew. Drew is an all defensive level player, and Jimmy just worked him. Butler was on such a roll, playing with such physicality that I think they have to go to Giannis. I think the reason they didn't, outside of I don't think he moved that well laterally. I thought the injury impacted him.
Interesting.
And I don't want to also, by the way, I don't want to take too much away from him. Have you ever seen Giannis Antetokounmpo pass that well? He was a great passer in game
13 assists. He was their facilitator. He showed his overall greatness. He really did very little wrong in that game. It's interesting. Big O was talking in our crosstalk, and you had mentioned also about getting Jimmy Butler some help. It's almost the point they need to get Giannis Antetokounmpo some help. Yeah. Certainly, Brook Lopez was awesome with what he did. And yet, if I'm the Heat, and I'm saying I know you're getting choked up because the Heat are leading the series. No. If I go get yourself a drink there, you got the coffee? Are we okay there?
No, I'll go get it at the break. We'll be all right.
Okay, so I'll try to carry it through. Well, and since I'll be mean-spirited, I'll take this segment long. So if you're the Heat, though, and Brook Lopez is scoring like that, aren't you almost fine with that to the degree that Giannis isn't shooting, Chris Middleton isn't shooting, Drew Holiday isn't shooting, and you know where Brook Lopez will be versus chasing and switching on the other guys?
Brooke, I mean, remember when Brooke entered the game, he was the better of the offensive centers. He wasn't considered this defensive force. He didn't have this three-point shot and some of the stuff he added, but he was a gifted offensive center, and I think they leaned on that a little in this one. And they should again. I think defensively, though, you've got to put Giannis on Jimmy, and then you've got to bring Brooke up to the level of screen. The drop coverage thing, Jimmy just ate it up. Like, you can't play him back. You've got to start treating them as get the ball out of Jimmy's hands. I dare anyone else to beat.
Yes,
I mean, that's how I would be playing it now. I would be Deere and Fox at the end of that game where they're like, Harrison Barnes can have the open three, which would have been poetic. Harrison Barnes can have the open three. Anybody but Fox. There had to be an anybody but Jimmy moment, and I didn't get that from the Bucks, which is
and you know what, Kurt, and that's a good point. I want to interrupt you here for this because I want to get your thoughts and I want to get our listeners' thoughts on this. So they run the double of Jimmy. Drew Holiday's on him. They come off the ball with Grayson Allen, with Chris Middleton, with someone else. We've seen that. The Heat's done that with Trae Young all the time. They double.
Yeah.
If you're the Miami Heat, and you know Jimmy Butler's a very willing passer also, like you mentioned Giannis in Game 4, who should be, and listeners, please chime in this also, who should be or who needs to be the guy who steps up? So, Kurt, I'll throw it in your court first. Jimmy's being doubled, being forced out to the wing. Someone is waving their hands and they're wide open. Who has to or should be the player who takes over from there?
It kind of depends on the guy they leave open, I guess, but that's like, this is a Caleb Martin game, Max Strus game. I don't think they're going to leave Bam that way, and I think he gets into the paint where they've already got length. Like, they're just, that's a long team. So I'm not sure that he gets the freedom, but that means Kyle Lowry's been good this series. Like, somebody is going to have to drive, step up, hit the mid-range, and have, like I said, have a 28-point night from somewhere that we didn't expect. And they have a lot of guys, I think, capable. Just somebody's got to do it.
I'm going to say wrong, even though I think you're right for this reason. I don't think they have a specific player who is capable of doing it. I don't think on this Miami Heat roster, against this Milwaukee Bucks defense, the Heat have another 30-point game on their roster. I don't see it. What they do have, and have had in the playoffs, and have had since the All-Star break, like Eric Spoelstra pointed out, was three-point shooting. So I think it's going to have to be the three-point shooting. So I'm going to throw another name into the group you threw in there, and that's Kevin Love also. I think it's going to be pass, swing, swing. And it's going to wind up in the hands of Kevin Love, in the hands of Duncan Robinson, in the hands of Max Strus, in the hands of Kyle Lowry, in the hands of Caleb Martin. And collectively, those guys have to hit, you know what, I'm going to do it this way, have to probably hit at least 15 threes. Because if that'll give you 45 non-Jimmy Butler points, and he still can give you his 20 or 25, then you could split the 2-point baskets among the other players. So I think that's where it has to go. Want to get to the chat board here. Want to try to get to as many of these as we can before our first break. So we're going to go a little long here, Sean. Sorry, Kurt. And then we'll come back and break down the series a little more and look around the playoffs. Two Extreme points out. Anyone catch Myers Leonard cheering for the Heat on the Bucks bench where they made a three-pointer? I want to clarify that. Myers Leonard did rise from the bench and put up 2 sets of 3 fingers when the Heat hit a 3, and everyone's like, Myers forgot what team he was on. He was going to go to the Heat locker room. He later said, and he posted this just today on Twitter, he was putting up 33, that there were 33 seconds left on the shot clock, and that he thought his team can get a 2-for-1. So I'd say the fact that Myers went onto Twitter and did that right now, I think that gives you a sense that maybe he's not BSing you, and there is a little bit more to that. So I just wanted to clarify that a little bit. And just when we get to the chat board here also, bunch of thoughts here from the Heat, wondering if this is going 7. Kurt Heelan, if I was to ask you, how many games do you see Miami Heat, Milwaukee Bucks going, heading into the Heat's 3-1 lead in Game 5? Your answer would be?
6.
You know what? Here's something.
I think they get him at home.
And that's something that we were talking about in the press room the other day. You don't kick a playoff game to the side. You don't kick it off the road. I get all that. Kurt, could there be something to be said about the Miami Heat saving themselves for Game 6 if it gets a little sideways tonight? Or can you, 1, not afford to play with fire in the playoffs, and 2, Hell, you came back from a 12-point deficit midway through the fourth quarter the other day anyway, so you can't play sort of tempt the fates like that.
And it's 2 days later, right? It's a travel and every other day now, right?
Now it's just every other day, basically how
Right.
it'll be the remainder of the playoffs. No more of these infernal 2-day breaks, correct?
Yeah, so I'm still, with some players, might have been cautious, like a Kevin Love or somebody. Jimmy's conditioning, which I think sometimes gets overlooked, his ability in that game to have to, like you said, he was guarding Giannis. He was guarding whoever they needed him to guard and then putting up those points. His ability to bounce back in 2 days, I'm going to trust. I maybe are not going to lean on him. There comes a point where I pull away, but it's also, like you said, it's the playoffs. If we're down 12 with 6 minutes left, I'm not quitting. I'm not quitting till there's a minute or two left and we're down 12, and then maybe I'll think about it. But
Brandon,
at this point, this is what you do it for.
I agree with that. Brandon checks in and said, I would take the points as soon as possible. Kurt, is 11 points a little bit gaudy here? Or is the feeling is if their Bucks are going to have a statement game, they've got to make it a statement game just like they did in game 2 of this series when they blew the Heat off the floor. If you had a choice, you take it or give it the points?
I'd take the points. I don't think that. I think the Heat are just too tough to play against. But I think that there's a sense around the league, around at least some bettors, and I don't know if it's the smart ones, but I don't know if it's the smartest bettors. But look, this is a more talented Bucks team that's finally going to snap out of it, and they're going to come tonight. Like, we're finally going to see the best of the Bucks tonight type of attitude. Where like I said, I think we've seen is the best of the Bucks, and they're not. I was about to say they're not the best team in the East. They can roll through anybody, but then I watched the Celtics last night, so I don't know.
So now you just don't know. Maybe it's the Sixers. I guess we're going to find that lesson. Going to touch on this, but get to the NBA around the league a little later. Eric says Lakers about to beat Memphis 4-1. Kurt, you buying that real quickly?
I think it's 6 at home. I think Memphis rises up at home. That series has been relatively close, but man, they miss Steven Adams. They just don't have him inside.
I agree with that. Griffin chimes in here and says the Heat are closing out the series tonight. All of a sudden, everyone's on the Heat bandwagon. Two Extreme says, Ira Kurt, 3 words to describe the season. Jimmy effing Butler. And he actually typed in effing, so thank you for keeping the profanity to the minimum. We'll leave that to the Big O. Travis chimes in, why do I feel like this series is still going 7? So again, Kurt, if you were to pick the number of the games in the series, and obviously anything short of 7, the Heat win, which of the outcomes this series goes 5 games, 6 games, or 7 games? Which number are you going with?
6. I think
with 6.
When your road team's upsetting the apple cart, or pulling the upset, that's usually a 6 game. You're more likely at home. You're more likely to get what you talked about. By the way, role players are the guys who make a difference at home. That's the game where Caleb, Kevin, on down the line are just more. Duncan's knocking down threes in front of the home crowd is more likely than in a hostile Bucks arena.
I agree. Daniel chimes in here. Don't worry about Bam. He'll be a Sixer soon. That, of course, raises the other question. Kurt Heelan, if the Philadelphia 76ers don't get out of the second round and lose, I assume they'll be playing the Boston Celtics. Could you see Joel Embiid either forcing his way out, wanting his way out, or the Sixers perhaps blowing it up, having never made it out of the Eastern Conference semifinals with Joel Embiid on their roster?
Yeah, it's possible, but it starts with this. You didn't mention the big guy. If James Harden goes to Houston, and we've talked about this, there's more than smoke there. If James Harden leaves, you might see Embiid just try to pull the ripcord. And if he leaves Miami, New York, it gets really interesting. Yeah.
Right. I'm just going to go through these, not ask for answers. Someone's saying, don't worry about the Heat. They will beat New York in 5 or 6. We will get to New York, Cleveland. That winner of that series played the winner of the Heat series. JC says Big O is right when he's talking about Bam Adebayo. Well, it's Big O's show. So Kurt and I always say Big O is always right. Some of our listeners chiming in on the players who step forward for the Heat, a vote for Kyle Lowry. Travis has a vote for Gabe Vincent. And we've seen Gabe have these sort of one-off games when he's taking control a little bit more. Daniel says Bam has to be the guy. C. Dollar says Heat in 5. Terry says, I think this is going to be a Duncan Robinson game. I think that's reasonable. He is leading the NBA in 3-point shooting during these playoffs. So certainly that's a possibility. Brandon says Jimmy's not letting the series go to 6. Obviously, the extra time off will help because the next round will not begin at least till Sunday. Players do play at this time of year to get extra time off. The Celtics couldn't get it for themselves. The Sixers were loving that the Boston series is going on. Pep0222 says, any chance Tyler can get back earlier? No NBA Finals, but don't worry. When the Heat get there, he should be absolutely fine. Pep also says, I was expecting a little more from Cody Zeller off the bench. Not so sure that he's going to be your swing guy. But what I like is people are engaged with the Heat again at the end of April. Didn't see this coming. But what I do see coming is a possible Heat second-round playoff series. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but such a series would start before we do our next RedRecover.com Inside the Paint next week. So after the break, I'm going to ask Kurt Heelan, how far can these Heat go? Is it just Milwaukee? Is it on to New York or Cleveland? Are there bigger and better things? Or are we getting way the hell too far ahead of ourselves? All that and more coming up after this break on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back on our weekly, usually 9 a.m. Wednesday, RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel, here in the same hotel room as last Wednesday in Milwaukee. That didn't turn out too well for the Heat. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com, who I hope during the break was well hydrated and not in choke mode, which people now are worried the Heat might turn into. But that's another story for another day. Kurt, a lot going on about the Heat. If you missed anything we talked about, who has to step up for the Heat in their next 1, 2, or 3 games in the series, that was in our first segment. You can find that anywhere. You can just go for the Big O Show podcast. But I want to ask you now, sort of looking around the rest of the playoffs and the East, and how it's not all that we thought it was. Last night, Boston Celtics are cruising. Double-digit lead first quarter, double-digit lead second quarter, double-digit lead third quarter, double-digit lead fourth quarter. And then Marcus Smart makes some of the most boneheaded plays I can recall at the end of a game, whether it's turnovers, whether it's a nonsensical foul on Trae Young at midcourt to stop the clock and get him to the line. So it's interesting, Kurt. We spoke in our first segment how the Bucks maybe aren't all that we thought they were. Even with their great close to the season, #1 seed of all teams in the NBA playoffs. The Boston Celtics, and the warts they showed against an Atlanta team lacking DeJounte Murray, now having to go give Philadelphia extra rest. That series doesn't begin till Monday. Whoever wins Hawks, Celtics, plays the 76ers. Are the Celtics not who we thought they were either, Kurt Heelan?
It's possible, yeah. I'm beginning to wonder. That's not the first time they've done it this postseason, or this season. But that was not the Hawks, with all due respect to Trae Young, that was not the Hawks beating them. That was a collapse from Boston. That was, like you said, missed defensive assignments, turnovers, sloppy play that opened the door that this team shouldn't do if this team is who it says it is. So I'm with you, by the way. I thought we went into this like, the West is wide open, but top 3 teams in the East are really solid. And no, it's wide open.
Okay, but talking about top 3 teams in the East, what Philadelphia did was pretty surgical, especially without, I'm glad you got a drink there, without Joel Embiid in Game 4 against Brooklyn. Now, Brooklyn, of course, had the problem of this. They were a team that began, or let's go back a year and a half or so, they were a team that had nothing but superstars. They had James Harden, then he was dealt. They had Kyrie Irving, then he was dealt. They had Kevin Durant, then he was dealt. They didn't have a leading man. In the playoffs, as Jimmy and Devin Booker, as we've seen, you have to have a leading man. Even in Austin Reeves, you have to have someone like that. So when you look at the situation right now with Philadelphia and where they stand, do we know that Philadelphia is ready for what's next? Do we know that Philadelphia is better than the team that, again, like I said during our first segment, Joel Embiid has never gotten out of the Eastern Conference semifinals? Or do we have the same who are you Philadelphia 76ers questions we did because they played such an innocuous first-round opponent in the Brooklyn Nets?
See, I still think the questions are there because I don't think the Nets could test their weaknesses, which are specifically backcourt defense, right? Harden and Maxey are not good defenders. If you can attack them, you can get, they got, but like you said, Tobias Harris had a good series.
He did. He looked very
good enough. Like before the injury was good enough. Like they were everything they needed to be in that round. They answered those questions. They closed it out in 4. Like, I don't know what more you could ask of them. I think the questions still hang. I don't think they're a good matchup with Boston at all. But
okay,
like I said, but Boston's at least opened the door to questioning them. Now maybe Boston comes out and just smokes Philly, but the lack of mental toughness by Boston disturbed me a little bit.
All right, we're going to do a little bracketology because the NBA is a bracket. There's no reseeding. So Kurt and I both are going to put on our Joe Lunardi hair right now, Joe Lunardi hair. So we'll get a nice piece, pull it nice and tight so people can see us with that look, get the comb over going. In bracketology in the NBA, the Miami Heat Milwaukee Bucks series winner is bracketed to face the winner of the New York Knicks Cleveland Cavaliers series.
Right.
Want to look at that series first in just general in that series itself. Game 5 of that series is tonight in Cleveland. When you look at that series, has it played out the way you thought it would be with New York leading 3-1 going into Cleveland tonight?
No. And I thought it was a pretty even series, but 2 things. I thought Donovan Mitchell would be the best player in that series. He's not. He's not even the best player on his own team, frankly. It's been Jalen Brunson, and I guess my fault because this is 2 years in a row now. Brunson has completely outplayed Devin Booker head-to-head in a series. I mean, I did it last year. I didn't think he
Donovan Mitchell. Outplayed Donovan.
Did I say Devin Booker? I meant Donovan Mitchell. Yeah.
Right.
And then I thought, well, the other advantage Cleveland has is that front line with Mobley and with Jared Allen. Mitchell Robinson has flat out outplayed them. And the other part of this, which is, I think, if I were a Cavaliers fan, would be most disturbing, and it's what's excited the Knicks fans. They're just playing harder every game. They are working harder. They are working. It's the playoffs, and I think maybe tonight we finally see some desperation from Cleveland. But New York has played like that all series, Ira. They've just wanted this thing more. I
mean, they've been playing as the embodiment. I should be better at English, but they paid me, so I just do that. They've been playing as the embodiment of their coach, Tom Thibodeau.
Z.
Yeah, exactly. So they've been playing like a Thibodeau team. Now, Thibodeau teams can wear out, can burn out, and all that, but you could see him in them and what they're getting out of it and how they're pushing without the greatest Julius Randle series in the first place and winding up this place. And your point about Donovan Mitchell is cogent because when they showed the list of all-time playoff scorers with Michael Jordan, the all-time leader, and only 3 players with more points than Jimmy Butler's 56, Donovan Mitchell was one of them. Donovan Mitchell during the playoffs in Utah had been such a standout. That's the reason they traded for him. That's the reason they got him for moments like this. And he sort of collapsed. So I haven't checked the latest line on that series. But tonight in game 5 of that series in Cleveland, how do you see tonight going, Knicks versus Cavaliers?
I think it's probably close, but I think we finally get the desperate Cavaliers we kind of
hope.
Should. This is when they come out. I think they at home they probably eke out a win, but I don't think they can pull it together in the Garden when again the role players suddenly get comfortable and quickly plays better than he did the other night and on down the line.
Yeah, no, it's just interesting because if you're feeding into that series, you want that series to go as many games as possible. So when you look at a series like that, you're saying to yourselves, hey, you keep playing, we'll get the rest again. It looks like the Eastern Conference semifinal from this half of our Joe Lunardi bracket between the Knicks and the Cavaliers winner and the Heat and the Bucks winner will start Sunday unless either of the series goes 7. So a Heat perfect world would be winning tonight in Milwaukee, Jimmy Buckets leading on the line and having at least till Sunday and maybe even till next Tuesday to go back out, get his IV, be ready to play. Jimmy's been showing that in his social media. I would be shocked, not shocked, that's a little strong. I would be surprised if Cleveland doesn't put together a better effort on its home court. Yeah. But I did say going to these playoffs, Kurt, that I did think that if Cleveland could wind up as just one of these sort of glad to be there kind of teams, like, oh, we made the playoffs. We were eliminated last year in the play-in, so now we're good to go. So I think it will be interesting to see how that plays out with the Cavaliers and whether they have the motivation. So I guess I ask you the question about the Boston Celtics. And I ask you this question about the Philadelphia 76ers. Are the New York Knicks real enough? By the way, I love how the sun is hitting me right now. I'm like 50-50 man here. Are the Knicks real as a playoff contender? Or, like we spoke about the Sixers, are they just getting the right matchup?
I think they got a good matchup for them. I don't believe in their depth to be – I just don't think of them as contenders, but they also – at this point in the playoffs, sometimes it's less about how, again, he sort of proved this wrong the other night. Most of the time, it's not about how great your star is. Mm-hmm. It's about where can I attack your weaknesses, especially in the second round and beyond. That's one place I think the Knicks are pretty good. That's a deep team. There's not a lot of like, oh, dude, we can just target this guy moments. So it's going to be interesting to see. As the Knicks come into the light, and we'll see if they can. They're a good team, but and by the way, I'll tell you that the people in New York and the fans in New York are convinced they're rolling through the Heat. They think they're in the conference finals already.
Yes.
They are mentally there. They're already lining up Boston. Like I'm surprised there weren't. We want Boston chants after this.
And you know what, Kurt? I don't begrudge them for this because. If you're feeding into the number 1-8 series and all of a sudden you're not going to play number 1, any team would have that reaction. Yeah. It's a natural reaction that you don't have to play the best of the best. So I do get that, and I do get where they're coming from. Again, Sean, we're running a little long on this segment, but hell, I just want to see if I can get Kurt choked up again. So I don't want to take this too far because I know Heat Nation will sort of get on me that, hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves, and I get that. But we won't be on our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show until the next round starts when we play again next Wednesday. So my question to you is, all things being equal, forget about how the series score is right now in the series. Forget about the Cavaliers score. Just looking at the matchups. If you're the Miami Heat and you could dip in there and pick out your opponent of choice, if you were Eric Spoelstra, Pat Riley, Andy Ellisberg, and you had a choice, which team do you think Eric Spoelstra would prefer to play in the second round? The Cleveland Cavaliers or the New York Knicks?
I think wow, that's a good question. I mean, because the on paper, I would rather face the Knicks, but the way the Cavaliers have played, I'd probably rather face them. They just a better version of the Cavs is dangerous because what we said about Donovan Mitchell and their size up front forces it. That's a tough matchup for Bam if you've got to go up against Mobley and Jared Allen up front, and you've got to put some size next. You're going to get a lot of Cody Zeller in that series. So I think on paper the Knicks are better, but the Knicks play hard, and I'm now rooting for that series just because I want the full-on '90s throwback, man.
Yes, I was going to say that. I mean, there'll just be so much to that, so much history. They did play once since the Hardaway Morning years. That was during the Big Three era. If you remember, Carmelo Anthony was with the Knicks. The Heat won that series 4-1. What people might not remember, when the series was 3-0, the Knicks won at the Garden, and they dropped confetti and they dropped streamers as if they had won anything. The Heat came home, they closed it out in 5, and Heat players to this day still are like, what the F? You won a game, you're down 3-1, and the Knicks celebrated that. The Knicks knew at that point with Carmelo they weren't good enough against the Big Three Heat. This would be a lot different. It's going to be very interesting. If the Cavaliers win tonight, if the Lakers don't close it out, and if the Bucks stay alive, ESPN is going to have to break 3 games into 2 TV slots because they also have the the NFL draft. And there is a chance after Heat Bucks being on NBA TV tonight, it would be on ESPN News on Friday. So you talk about a lack of respect of where you've got to go because of the draft, because it's an ABC, ESPN property. They're sort of all over the place. So I think there's a lot of people in the NBA that would like to see at least one of these 3 series ends tonight. And like Kurt said in our previous segment, he thinks the Grizzlies can hold off the Lakers. That goes back to a Friday game. You're saying you think the Cavaliers can beat the Knicks. That goes on to a Friday game. The consensus, an 11-point favorite, is the Bucks will beat the Heat. That goes to a Friday game 6. Yeah. So your scheduling could be a little bit interesting. I'm wondering if they're going to run the big odds box like they do on ESPN News even during that game. So I think the NBA is sort of a little bit of a pickle now. As it is, Atlanta winning yesterday in Boston. Janet Jackson had to move back one day. I didn't even know she was still doing concerts. So State Farm
That's
Arena.
Miss Jackson if you're nasty. Yes.
Okay, well, again, look at you, like old school there. I'll leave it there. When we come back, we're going to take another look around the NBA in its totality. We're going to look a little more deeper dive into tonight's game 5 of Heat Milwaukee Bucks, and we will try to get back to your chat board as well. But for now, we're going to take a break and be back after this on RedRecover.com, Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And welcome back for our third and final segment of RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Milwaukee for Game 5 of Heat Bucks. He's Kurt Heelan dealing with his wounds after the Clippers were eliminated yesterday. He's out in L.A. with NBCSports.com, Pro Basketball Talk. A lot to get to. In our final segment, if you missed either of our first two segments, go to anywhere you can find the Big O Show podcast. You can catch up on all of that. Going around the league real quick, we pretty much got into the East and took care of all of that. Boston, Atlanta going Game 6 in Atlanta on Thursday night. How does that series end, Kurt Heelan?
I think Boston closes it out in 6. I think that they stop playing with their food. By the way, I got that one right, unlike Doc Rivers. It's playing with your food, Doc.
There you go. Correcting Doc, he'll have another chance when he has another 4, 5, or 6 games in the next round. The Heat Bucks series, you told us in our first segment, you think Heat in 6 is the outcome here.
Yeah, I think so. I think back home, I think they put one together in front of the crowd.
Knicks Cavaliers, we mentioned that in our previous segment for possible Heat matchups. Where do you see that series ending?
I'll say Knicks in 6. I don't think these Cavs can win 3 straight.
No, I think that would be a bit of a chore. Although I see the Knicks, something in the Knicks, I could see them losing 3 straight. I would almost put it that way. We go out to the Western Conference. What Phoenix did to the Clippers in light of who the Clippers weren't, pretty much what you figured. Any surprise in that series?
Not really. In fact, honestly, after seeing the Suns in person twice last week, I'm way less convinced they're a contender. I'm way less scared of them after seeing them in person.
Why is that?
As great as Kevin Durant and Devin Booker are, the defense isn't as sharp. The depth isn't there. Monty Williams is still trying to figure out how to make it work behind those two. They need a fifth Beatle. They need depth they can trust, and I don't think they have it yet.
Yeah, that's interesting. Denver, Minnesota, the series that no one watched. I think there was nominal interest there. Your thoughts on how that played out?
Yeah, the Nuggets might be the best team in the West. They're healthy, and they actually won the non-Jokic minutes in that series. If they win the non-Jokic minutes, they're very tough to beat.
You know, I would look at that, and I guess I'll bring those two half of the brackets together in our Lenardi segment here. Denver against Phoenix in the next round. How do you see that shaking out?
Ooh, that's a 7-game. That's a 7 games. I'm probably going to pick Denver, honestly. I'm a little higher on them than Phoenix right now, but I picked against Kevin Durant, which just suddenly feels stupid. So we'll see.
Reasonable. Lakers, Memphis, you told us in one of our previous segments, you think Memphis wins today, forces the Lakers back for a Game 6. How do you see that series ending?
Yeah, I think the Lakers ended in 6. I think they're the team that, because they rely so much on getting the Austin Reeves of the world to step up, I think the comfort level at home will help them there.
And then the greatest first-round playoff series in the history of the NBA, Kings, Golden State Warriors. I mean, it really has become epic. How do you see that one?
I honestly, this is the most even series too. I mean, both teams could be. If Harrison Barnes hits that 3, the Kings are up 3-1. But if Andrew Wiggins hits that 3 in Game 1, it's a 3-1 Warriors series. I think this is a toss-up series. I'll still lean to the. Well, I say Kings in 7, but that's a bet on De'Aaron Fox being able to pull an inner Kobe Bryant and play through this fractured finger thing. We'll see how he comes out. Sabonis hasn't done anything this series with Green and Looney on him. They're either going to need a lot more him or De'Aaron Fox is, like I said, pull a Kobe on this thing and play through that broken finger and still.
I see Warriors in 7 just because I think Golden State and who they are in 7 and Sacramento and who they aren't yet, even at home when there will be cowbells, I still think that they'll have a little bit more at the end. The next series, either way, could be epic also. If you're correct, then it's going to be the Lakers whether it's Lakers Kings, shades of, you talked about Heat Knicks as the throwback, but, we're talking about the Vlade Divac, Chris Webber, Mike Bibby Kings against those great Laker teams. You would have that. And certainly, if it's Lakers Warriors, I don't care that it's Western time zone. They would have to get that prime time nationally because that would be epic. So to move forward out of that bracket, if we're doing our bracketology, out of that quadrant, out of the quadrant with Lakers, Grizzlies, Kings, and Warriors, if you just had to predict that as its own tournament, which one team of those four advances out of that quadrant?
I think it's whoever comes out of Kings, Warriors. I think the Kings run the Lakers into the ground playing every other day. They've played fast this series. Their depth is better. The Lakers have looked the Lakers benefited from the same thing that the Heat got in this series with those long breaks in the first round. And now they're able to close it out. And I don't think the Warriors are a good matchup for the Lakers, but that would be a more interesting series. That would be a chess match of a series, and then probably 7 games either way, right? That would be fascinating.
That would, it's interesting because you would think this series with Kevin Durant would be the epic semifinal in the West, but I think it's going to be the other one. And I think that's a really, from the moment it started, I think that's a fascinating quadrant. Want to get back to the chat board while we still have a chance here. We did in our first segment, so we answered as many questions as we could then. We're going to try to do that here as we look forward toward the end of our show. We'll hit the Big O show at the top of the hour. Travis chimes in. He says Gabe Vincent's the guy who's going to step up. Could you see a Gabe Vincent moment tonight against Milwaukee here at Fiserv Forum in Game 5?
Yeah, in 5 or 6. He is one of those guys who's done it before, and he's the guy, maybe more than the others we talked about. Pass to get that shot. If they close out, he's the guy who can put it on the floor and get to the rack and get fouled. He's a little more of a creator than Martin or Duncan Robinson or Kevin Love. So, yeah, absolutely.
Well, Daniel chimes in and he says, Kyle Lowry needs to be more of a scorer. Can 37-year-old Kyle Lowry be more of a scorer against this Bucks defense, Kurt Helin?
For one night, yeah. Again, I think he's capable of having that one game where he actually had what did he have, 20 in the first game? Am I remembering that right?
He's played well in the series. He had that big game against Atlanta that he lost, but certainly you could wind up there that, you can have – and again, this is another case. Kyle Lowry at 37 knows you win tonight, he gets 4 days off at least before the next round. For the Heat's older players, and there are a lot of them, when counting Jimmy and counting Kyle and counting Kevin Love, that these guys could use the extra time, so they're almost playing for additional time off tonight. Terry says, I think this is going to be a Duncan Robinson game. See, my sense, Kurt Helin, is Duncan has already had his Duncan Robinson games. He'll get a little bit more attention. I also think that right now the Bucks are looking at, hey, you want to put Duncan on the floor, we will play him off the floor on the defensive end. I don't think the Bucks have necessarily tried to take advantage of matchups versus playing their system to this point. I think that changes now. I think if they get the Duncan Robinson or Max Strus matchup, I think they're more likely to attack it. I think that's what happens in scouting reports as you play the same opponent and series go on. Your thoughts? Can the Heat survive Duncan Robinson defensively, Kurt Helin?
Not for extended minutes. By the way, that's also very Bud, isn't it? Bud doesn't flex. He's not flexible quickly enough sometimes. And he's like, no, we're going to win playing our way. Oh, all right, crap. All right, let's try this now. And that got him in trouble in the past, but I think you're right. In this series, I think this is where they really hunt matchups tonight.
Yeah, and again, and you're thinking about Coach Bud is it, and I do wonder, I don't think he's going to be in trouble. He's the number 1 seeded team. Yeah. He's gotten them a championship, but yeah, there's a bunch of coaches in this league who are not necessarily known as playoff coaches. That was a Nate McMillan bugaboo. He wound up out in Atlanta. That's been a Doc Rivers thing at so many stops, particularly when he was with the Clippers. So it will be interesting to see those coaches. Brandon says Jimmy's not letting this series get to 6. Could single-minded Jimmy Butler be enough again? Or let's be honest, Kurt Helin, for all those guys we've seen at the top of the NBA playoff scoring list, it's not like they did it 2 or 3 games in a row.
I don't think it's likely, but I'm not counting Jimmy out of putting up another monster night. I think he's got to get more help tonight, though. I don't think he can 56-point carry the team the same way. But can he get to 40 and somebody else gives you the other 20 you need? Yeah.
And that'll be another interesting part tonight. Robbie says, because we mentioned Joel Embiid never getting out of the Eastern Conference semifinals, if it happens again. Kurt mentioned the possibility of James Harden leaving as a free agent for the Houston Rockets. So Robbie goes, I know it's early, but what would a Joel trade package look like? Obviously, we start with Bam Adebayo because you'd want to get another big man back. Do you think there would be anything holding the Heat back from trading Bam Adebayo in a package that might also include draft picks and Tyler Hero to the Sixers? Or do you think if Joel Embiid's available, the Heat and Pat Riley would go all in?
All in. I think Joel's about to be your MVP, has been one of the 3 best players in the league, or 5 best players, or however you want to break that down, for the last 4 years, probably. I think to go you bring him in and put him next to Jimmy, and you are a title contender tomorrow. And so you go do it.
Anyone in the East can agree with that. I like this because we're doing our little mini brackets here. And Daniel says, Ira, I want you and Kurt to go further. Toughest matchup for the Heat, Celtics or Sixers. So we're already in the conference finals. I would say Celtics just based on history, based on Doc Rivers coaching in the playoffs, based on James Harden shrinking a little bit. Look, folks, I don't want to be the guy who's jinxing the Heat. And next week on RedRecover.com, Inside the Paint, Kurt and I are talking about a Heat season wrap-up. But, hey, we also respect the chat board here. Daniel asks, so Kurt, you answer. Tougher matchup in the Eastern Conference Finals for the Heat if they get there. I'm not saying they are. Celtics or Sixers?
I still think it's the Celtics. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier. Sometimes in the playoffs, it's not about the best player. It's about lack of weaknesses. That's Boston's greatest strength. They can roll 5 good defenders out. They can get offense from – Smart can play offense. Like their depth is a real problem the deeper they go.
And then I love how everyone has to take it to extremes, and this isn't from too extreme. Daniel chimes back in, says, any chance that he could land both Embiid and Lillard? Sure, why not just land an entire all-star team? Look, I think we have to be reasonable here. I think the number one attainable star-level talent for the Heat is Bradley Beal. I think with them changing their general managers and maybe general manager and Tommy Shepard and going in a different direction, they might be open to it. I think Tyler Hero can be a starting point in that deal. Now, you might say Bradley Beal at $15 million is too much, $500,000 a game for what he is. He might be on the decline. I get that. But you also have to look at gettable assets. I think other teams have more to offer the Portland Trailblazers for Damian Lillard than the Heat do. Kurt, just a matter of fact, take us through, because you do a lot of this at NBC Sports and ProBasketballTalk.com. What's the starting point for a Damian Lillard trade package should someone be interested?
Young players and pick, that's a more pick-based thing. Because if they're getting rid of Lillard, they're not looking to Washington with Beal, because the way Ted Leonsis runs his teams, they're going to want to stay relevant. They're going to want to stay as possible as an 8 seed. Portland is willing to pull the ripcord. If they're trading him, then Jeremy Grant could be gone. Simons could be gone. Like, they are going to tear this thing down to the studs and bounce back up. So they will want picks more than, hey, Tyler Hero's nice, and whoever else you're going to throw in, they're going to want picks. And
I don't see the Heat having an avenue to get picks. Would you give up Bam Adebayo in a Damian Lillard trade, giving up a lot of age?
I don't know that I would, because I still think you've got to have somebody inside with it's different with Joel Embiid, because you bring back internal size. Like, I don't think you do that with, obviously you don't with Lillard. And Lillard's not on the front end of his curve, man. Like, this is trading. Right? I don't want to give up that. Yeah. I need Bam to stay and be the defensive force inside, because Lillard is he's not the best defensive guard in the league.
And I want to wrap up today's show, and I'm sorry we couldn't get to everyone else here in the chat board. Hey, chime in next week when we'll be in New York or Cleveland, maybe, and we'll take it from there. Kurt Heelan, for the Miami Heat to beat the Milwaukee Bucks and close out the series in Game 5 tonight, they have to do what?
Hit their threes. I think you hit it on the head earlier. If they're going to win one of these games, it's going to be partially because, and we talked about who was going to step up, but they're going to have to rain threes on this team for a night.
What can the Milwaukee Bucks do in Game 5 to sort of reestablish themselves as favorites? In other words, and Bud said this also after the game, you can't win 3 games tonight. The best the Bucks can do is close within 3-2 in the series. But what element if it happens tonight and Heat Bucks here in Milwaukee at Fiserv Forum, if you see this from the Bucks, would you start shaking your head and going, the Bucks have this figured out?
Giannis on Jimmy, slowing Jimmy down, way down, and forcing. And if they can single cover Jimmy and not, or you're still gonna have to bring some help, but if you can largely single cover Jimmy and keep him relatively in check, then that's a real problem for the Heat.
Yeah, I think you hit both of those on the head. I think it has to be a three-a-thon for the Heat. Not only Duncan, it has to be Max, it has to be Gabe Vincent, it has to be Caleb Martin. There have to be at least 15 conversions and a high number of attempts to spread out that Bucks defense. And I agree. Giannis, as much as he did on offense with his triple-double in Game 4, he has to do just as much defensively and stay out of foul trouble against Jimmy Butler, which is no easy task. So we'll see that. So, hey, that's this week's RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. Next week, either our big annual Heat season wrap-up show, or else I'll be at a Residence Inn in Cleveland or some incredibly overpriced teeny tiny room in New York for the second round of the playoffs. But for now, the Rip Bam Adebayo-a-thon continues as the Big O Show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right. We're back. The boys are done talking a little basketball. Tonight we've got Game 5. We'll see if the Heat can finish off the Bucks. They'll be desperate tonight. That's for damn sure. They'll be desperate. Don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button anytime you're listening to the podcast, day or night or weekends. It doesn't matter when you're listening. Always smash it. If you're watching it on YouTube, smash the like button. Very, very important. And don't forget to hit the notification bell because there's going to be more stuff that is just going to pop up. It's not just going to be a live show at 10 a.m. like we normally do every day, but it might be special cut-ins that we'll do, and you won't know that we're on. So make sure you hit that notification bell, especially for tomorrow night for the draft, that we will not be on live for the draft. I'm just not going to do 3-4 hours of talk when there's no pick for the Miami Dolphins. I don't feel like going through 4 hours of just, no. Not doing that to the voice, ladies and gentlemen. So Friday we will be going live, and we'll cover everything, and we'll have guys on, and we'll get reaction and all that good stuff. So hopefully we'll get Alan Poupar on for sure on Friday night to recap what's going on with the Miami Dolphins. So we'll have some fun with that. So appreciate all of you out there. Nice morning as Bitcoin was at 27.32, stuck there, and then it jumped up 1,000 yesterday, and then now it's jumped up another almost 2,000, and it is approaching 30,000 again. Let me see. Yeah, it's 29,869 right now. And I don't know, somebody was wearing a Jasmine hat yesterday. By the way, one of you were saying you were waiting for Jasmine to hit 57, and you wanted to hit 57, but it didn't get to 57 because I think it went as low as 58, but it was hovering around 59. Now it's jumped up to 64. So you might have wanted to buy it at 58 when you had the chance on that dip. So it looks like I told you that Bitcoin was about to make a run any moment, any day in the next week, and sure enough, last night it started, and this morning it continued, and it's up 9.5% right now as another bank fails. Okay, we're not done with bank failures and the dollar crumbling and all that stuff. That's just starting to happen. So more and more will realize that it's funny because I don't hear from those clowns anymore that used to, rip on me for Bitcoin. And then they used to say, "Oh, Bitcoin's a Ponzi scheme," and I think what those people are realizing that the U.S. dollar, okay, the Argentine dollar, the ruble, the euro, those are the Ponzi schemes. Okay, debt back dollars, debt back economy is not the way you do things because we're debt driven. You feed debt in order for it to survive, and that's what they're going to end up doing. Eventually, they'll raise the rates, and then they'll start to lower them again, and then they'll print more money. So, anyway, people will figure it out. That's the beauty of Bitcoin. There's only 21 million, and less is printed as time goes on. Not more and more is printed as time goes on. It goes the other way. It's deflationary, not inflationary, but people will figure that out. The beauty of technology is that the public will have an opportunity to educate themselves quickly. Whereas 40 and 50 and 80 years ago, you didn't have that opportunity. They could hide all of this from you. Now they cannot hide it from you. If you're smart enough, the information is there. You can find it and you can see how bad it is and you'll figure it out. But that's the beauty of it. And then people will be able to figure that out. So, but yep, that's what's going on in the markets. I know the stock market's a little bit in the green, right? I think, and except for Nasdaq, right? Is it? Let me see. Let me see where we're at right now with the markets. The Nasdaq is barely down 0.5%. Dow is up about 13%, and the S&P is up almost 9%. So not by much. Crypto markets obviously are way stronger than the stock market right now. So anyway, Bitcoin is up 9.5%. Ethereum is up 8%. Matic is up 10%. Cardano is up nearly 10%. Immutable X, one of my favorites, is up 11%. Star Atlas is up 6%. Chainlink up 6%. Gala Games up 9%. Jazz me up nearly 10%. Avalanche up 6.5%. Boy, I gotta tell you, it is riding, baby. Illuvium up 10%. Love me some Illuvium. All right. Too Extreme says, I already know that I was just saying it. Oh, okay. You guys are having some other conversation. What else do we have here? Jimmy Butler over 29.5 points. Gotta say, lay a little money on that. This could be a coast game. This could be a game that if they lose out quickly, they kind of tune out and say, well, we got a 3-1 lead. We're going back home. That kind of stuff. So, see, Too Extreme was first in. Actually, I went to the top here. Les Jams is in from North Carolina. Brandon Flood. Jamie Zorea. Laz Coutinho. Alexis Palenzuela. Daniel Lazry. That is, he says Heat in 5. ? Jay Gelfin is in. Eric Storm, Isa East, Griffin Gaming, Travis AM. Don't worry, the Heat will win tonight. They will beat New York in 5 or 6. Book it. Sorry, Ira, but Big O is right. He's straight up honest. No agenda, Big O. No, definitely not an agenda. It's just Bam is what he is. Yeah, Kyle can't be more of a scorer for the gentleman that brought that up. That's the problem. He's not he's far from that player that he could get him more points 10 years ago. He's just not that guy anymore. He is unreliable. That's the sad part about it. But appreciate all of you out there chiming in. As always, remember, you can make a donation through a super chat and on Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. And remember, we love those donations because we get 100% of those donations. On super chat, we only get 70 because YouTube takes it. They take 30%. Those greedy bastards. Boy, they make a lot of money. They really make a lot of money. Anyway, we've got the Heat tonight against the Bucks, 9:30. Wow. That's rough, dude. NBA TV. Bucks are favored by 11.5, so Vegas has no respect for the Heat tonight. Over and unders 235. Heat are minus 120 on the money line. The Bucks are plus 100 on the money line. You've got Knicks and Cavs tonight. Cavs are favored by 5.5. Knicks are leading 3-1 in that series, looking to close it out. Lakers looking to close out the Big Mouth Grizzlies 3-1. Right now they're leading. Grizzlies are favored by 4 at home. Over and unders 222. Lakers plus 145 on the money line. Grizz minus 170 on the money line. Hard to root for Dylan Brooks, but anyway, is what it is. Hawks, they avoid elimination, 119 to 117. So Boston leads 3-2. Nuggets take care of the soft-ass Timberwolves, 112 to 109. The Rudy Gobert experiment was a failure. Like you didn't know that was going to be a failure. Karl Anthony Towns, the Anderson kid is a player, man, but it's just that's a weird team. That team is just you don't fear them at all. It's weird. Suns eliminate the Clippers 136 to 130. How was Kawhi Leonard on that game? Okay. Tonight, 10 o'clock, Warriors and Kings. Warriors favored by 1.5. Over and under is 235. Warriors minus 120 on the money line. Kings plus 100 on the money line. We got the Panthers back in action tonight. They're trying to avoid elimination. They are down 3-1, and the game is in Boston. Not feeling good about this whatsoever, but what can I tell you? They had their chances at home to make it interesting, and they failed miserably, unfortunately, at home by losing both. That was what are you going to do, right? That's what the Panthers are this year. You can't do anything about that. So we've got that. Marlins lose again to the Braves, 7-4. Brian Hoeing, right? Is it like that? He's the dude's a hoe. He didn't last long. Gave up 4 runs in 3 2/3. And they had a reliever that came in and gave up a bunch of runs too. Jazz Chisholm did hit his second home run, a solo shot in the ninth. They're now 12-12 after losing 3 in a row. Tonight is Sandy Alcantara on the mound. 1-2 and a 5.47 ERA against Bryce Elder. 2-0 and a 1.14 ERA. So Bryce is actually pitching better than the Cy Young Award winner last year, Sandy Alcantara. Weird. And tonight we have a Clásico, a little U.S. Open Cup. Inter Miami CF taking on Miami FC at FIU. You know, I wanted to go to that game. Go check it out. It's right there next to, it's in my backyard. FIU is a couple minutes from my house. So I can go down. But my problem is, okay, so wait a minute. Do I go down there? I have the Heat game going on. I've got the Panthers game going. Although I could probably go to that soccer game and still catch the Heat game because the Heat game is a late game. It's a 9:30 start. That soccer game will be done right around at that time. So I actually won't miss anything. I can go back home and, miss the first couple of minutes of the game, but still watch most of it. But the fact is the Panthers are also playing. It's like there's so much going on. And now they're televising it. So you'll get to see Inter Miami and Miami FC on television. So I figured, okay, well, we'll have a TV on the side. So we'll have Inter and the Panthers going on early on, and then we'll put on the Heat after that. I like it. I like it. And yes, Enoch Guadalupe, Bitcoin is on the move, baby. It was only a matter of time. I told you, super healthy the way it's moving. Super healthy. It's you don't want a complete parabolic run. You want to kind of go up, find a floor, fluctuate a little bit and all that. Look, in the end, I think we're probably going to go into the 40s, right? And then I think we're going to have a little bit of a lull, and there might be a little bit of a dip back into the 30s. And then after the beginning of the beginning of next year, somewhere in February, March, April, then there's the all-time explosion for the next year after that with the halving. So we've had a mini pump from 16 and now. And remember, the only reason Bitcoin ever went to 16.5, you would have never seen 16.5. So those of you that bought it at 16.5 and 17 and 18 and 20, God bless you, because you'll never get that again, ever. And it would have never gotten to that point if it wasn't for the FTX debacle, Three Arrows Capital, Celsius, Luna, the pandemic, all that stuff that really stuff that no one can control, no one can predict, no type of technical analysis is going to, unearth any of that stuff. The only reason it went that far down was because of those other factors that people never counted on. And now the banks are also failing, which is now going to help Bitcoin in a way. But the stuff that was happening hurt Bitcoin, and that stuff that had nothing to do with Bitcoin at all. Because think about it, the exchanges, it's just like investment firms or Enron or whatever failing. Had nothing to do with Bitcoin. Nothing was wrong with Bitcoin. Nothing's wrong with Ethereum. Ethereum wasn't split. Nobody hacked into Cardano. Bitcoin didn't crash. Nothing happened to any of the cryptos. They were fine. It was the people that were trying to sell the crypto. Those are the people that were dirty. It's a pandemic that you can't control. It's a war that you can't control. It hurts supply chain stuff you can't control. So that's all the stuff that really brought Bitcoin down to 16.5. If it wasn't for any of that stuff, Bitcoin, I don't think, goes any lower than 28.30. And that's why all of you that bought it at that time, you're awesome, because no one will get it at that price again. And we may go to the 40s, and we may have a little bit of a dip, and then that'll be that final dip, and then it's going to take off. And then we're going to go over 100,000 probably, And then it'll come back, but it's probably going to come back to the 50s or the 60s or something. Never come back to these numbers again, ever. So for those of you that took advantage, that was your once in a lifetime. From here on out, it just continues to climb. You'll have higher highs and higher lows. That's all part of the process. Okay? But eventually people will figure it out, and they'll figure out how important this is to the big picture. All right. Let's see. Frankie Fresco says Big O AEW at Sunrise, Florida tonight. Who we got? Jade Cargill defends her belt versus Taya Valkyrie. Valkyrie or Valkyrie? What is it? Valkyrie or Valkyrie? I'm going to go with Valkyrie. So, well, you know what? This was tough because this is a close fight. From everything I know and I'm gathering in my analysis, Jade and Taya are kind of a tight fight here. But there was this movie called Jade once. I really enjoyed that movie. Fiorentino is in that movie, Linda Fiorentino. And I remember that movie. It was a very it was like a drama thriller type. And so Jade Cargill, I'm going to say that she's got a little bit of an edge, like that movie had an edge. Taya sounds like a name they didn't complete. It's like the N was dropped. Tanya? No, Taya. There was a confusion when she was born. There was a lot of noise. And they wanted Tanya, and they didn't hear the end, so they gave her Taya. So I think, Valkyrie is going to fall short here, like her name, like she lost an N. So I'm going to go with Jade. Jade Cargill will defend her belt and win against a woman who lost an N in her name in Taya. There you go. Well, what do you think, Sean, with Jade over Taya? Do I get a thumbs up or a thumbs down? Oh, I'm getting 2 thumbs up. I think I got that last time and I lost. Oh, that is awesome. And the best part is that the screen is constantly freezing on Sean, so he froze with the 2 thumbs up. Kawhi Leonard has a torn meniscus in his right knee. The dude can never stay. I know. It's like, who gives a shit about Kawhi Leonard anymore? Brother, you got your championships with San Antonio, with Toronto. I don't even want to hear anymore about Kawhi Leonard. He's always injured. Jesus Christ. Don't tell me that he's playing great. You can't even count on the guy ever. And he was like that with Toronto. He's always got something torn or whatever. You can have him. Big O, when is it really too late to invest in Bitcoin? Next year in the bull run? Look, man, I don't think there's ever a time that's going to be bad to invest in Bitcoin. Okay, let me explain. Let me get off the beaten path a little sports here. Give me a couple minutes here. And let me explain something to you all out there. At least the way I see it, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not I didn't go, to school to study to become an economist or anything like that. Okay, so I'm just a big mouth sports guy. All right, so you do your own homework. You invest however you want to invest and all of that. I've been telling you for 2 years, for over 2 years now. I've told you that banks are going to disappear. 2 years ago, I've been telling you that. Okay. Now it's over 2 years because we're in April. I've been telling you that banks are going to disappear. You're starting to see them crumble now and disappearing, by the way. because some are closing down. Okay. I told you this because it's what's going on with the dollar in every country. It's not just a U.S. thing. Every mistake we made with our Federal Reserve is the same mistakes they've made all over the world. And that's why certain dollars like Argentina or El Salvador, or so many of them have just crumbled, and inflation is 10, 20, 30%. Argentina's over 100%. It is ridiculous. And we're headed in the same direction because we're a debt-based society. That's how our finances are run. That's how our economy is run. And that's why we live off of debt. And so you can only do so much. And the dollar keeps losing value 6 to 8% every year. You know, what you bought in I think it's like 1913 or whatever for $1 today cost you $6.40. Maybe a little bit more by the time I read that stat a couple months back. So yeah, that tells you all you need to know. You bought $1 of Bitcoin 14 years ago, it's worth 30,000 now. So the Bitcoin dollar continues to grow. The US dollar continues to shrink. And so it's so obvious, and it's happened to the pound, and it's happened to the ruble, and it's happened to every dollar pretty much in the world, because they run their reserves the same way. So Bitcoin is always going to be the better avenue in the long run, because it's only going to go up in value, not down. So then your money's only going to grow. Why? Because there's only 21 million. And in April of 2024, we get into the halving, where we've gone from, I think it was like a 50 block Bitcoin to 25 to 12 and it's going to go down to 6, like 6.25. So less and less Bitcoin is being produced, yet the demand for it is going to keep growing and growing and growing. More and more people own Bitcoin every day. More and more wallets own 0.1 Bitcoin every day. More and more wallets own one whole Bitcoin, which I wish I can't even get to half a Bitcoin. You know, I'm struggling maybe at a quarter. Anyway, but you know, more and more people, not me because I'm not rich, but more and more people that can afford it have more and more Bitcoin. And so it shows you that it's only growing in usage, it's only growing in possession, and yet it's the demand. While the demand is growing, the production of it is less and less every day. The exchanges have less and less Bitcoin than they've ever had, and then less Bitcoin is going to be produced when the halving rolls around in April next year. And every time there's a halving every 4 years, where less and less and less Bitcoin is produced, the number jumps and the value jumps. So is there a time ever to invest in Bitcoin that's going to be a bad time? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Even the person that bought Bitcoin at 55,000, they're losing money right now. But if they didn't sell, they didn't lose anything. And eventually, if they just sit there, it'll pass 55, it'll go on, and then they'll start making money. But if they were smart, okay, at 55, when they went down to 45, they would have bought more, and 40 and 30 and 20. And that way they would have lowered their number of 55 down. And now they would have been probably in the green already at this point, you know, because that's how you invest. But that's fine, even if you didn't do it. But I think eventually, as long as you stay strong and you keep it, it's only going to grow. And the only reason we had it down here is because of all the things that I mentioned earlier. And that's why it went so low. But you'll never see these numbers again. I'm convinced of that. As mass adoption takes over. So altcoins, wow, now that's a moment you have to get in and a moment you have to get out. Bitcoin, I don't believe, is one that you get out at all. I think that's the one you invest in and hold it long term, and it will really grow and blossom. So, you know, just do your own homework, figure it out, look at what's going on in the society, look what's going on in every country out there. They all have their issues, and it's pretty bad, man. It's pretty bad, and it's not a good thing. I've shown you guys the debt cycle all over the world with all the different countries. And it's pretty scary. But remember, you can make a Bitcoin donation to the show at Cash Big O Show on Cash App or Venmo. That is Cash Big O Show on Cash App or Venmo. We always love a little Bitcoin donation. Thank you all out there, as always. Ohio John, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, watch Ricky's 30 for 30 last night. What was that locker room feeling on him after he quit, and how did the team leaders feel when he returned? You know, I covered those teams, and I was in the locker room for those teams at times, and they weren't happy about him quitting at all. But there was a part of it that they kind of understood. Okay? Look, man. We can bullshit each other if we want. If we really want to bullshit each other, we can do that. You know? We can definitely bullshit each other if you want. But deep down inside, during that era, nobody ever felt they were going to go to a Super Bowl. You know, the blind-ass Dolphin fan that thinks they're going to win 12 games every year. I've met that dude every year. You know, every year that I say, oh, you know, during those times, I would say, they're really not that good. You know, I've always met the guy, oh, no, they're going to win 12 games and go deep into the playoffs. You know, that hopeless Dolphins fan that refuses to ever look at anything objectively. That's not who I am. Never been. And I don't believe that Jason Taylor ever thought he was going to win a Super Bowl under Dave Wannstedt. And I don't believe Zach Thomas believed that either, deep down inside. I don't know if they'll ever admit that to you or me or anybody else, but I don't believe anybody really had a real feeling that you were going to win a Super Bowl with those guys. You had a pretty special defense, but Ricky was your entire offense. And that was the problem. And because Ricky was your entire offense and he carried the load, it was kind of understandable that he was at a point where he was beaten down, you know, and you got to really love the game of football to be able to sell yourself to the game of football. And then when you sell yourself, the sacrifices that come with it, you will pay a price. You will ruin your shoulders. You will suffer head trauma. You will blow out your knees. You will need hip surgery. You will, you will shorten your life, all of those things. In the end, I don't believe Ricky Williams had the love for football that Zach Thomas and Jason Taylor and Sam Madison and Tim Bowens had. They played the game at a high level, at an elite level, because they ultimately sold out for the game. I think Ricky got to a point where he realized this is not what I want to do, and this is not what I want to sacrifice myself for. And so for him, he quits and he walks away from football because he just didn't want to keep taking the beating. Andrew Luck. Remember? Injury, pain, rehab. Injury, pain, rehab. And he said, I couldn't take it anymore. That's what my entire life was. Injury, pain, rehab. Injury, pain, rehab. And he got tired of it. And I think Ricky Williams, while I think a lot of guys were mad at him, deep down inside, they understood. Because they know, you know, they see the guy that is with them and is there to sell out for everything. They see the guy that's ultimately talented and can do whatever he wants, but like Ricky. But the question is, are you willing to make that sacrifice? And there's a lot of guys that are willing to make that sacrifice, right? Look at X last year. X could have called it, you know, listen, as much as X has frustrated me as a fan with all the holdouts and constantly complaining about the money and the off the field issues and the injuries and all that, you know, I gained a lot of respect for him last year in the sense of that he was a true pro last year, because he clearly could have just said, I'm too injured to play, man. My groins are killing me here. I can't play my and yet he put himself out there and he was getting beat and he stayed in there because he saw there was no Byron. Freaking Nick Needham goes down, and then Brandon goes down, and it's like, and he sucked it up. And he was a pro's pro in that sense, even though he wasn't himself. So it takes a certain love and a certain level of sacrifice in order for you to stay on that field. Knowing you're taking a pounding as the running back, or knowing that you're hurt as a corner and you're still playing, or whatever it is that you may have. And I think Ricky just wasn't willing to sacrifice, because that game will ask you to sacrifice, and that game will take a lot from you. And I don't think he was willing to do that anymore. And that's why. And when he came back, he wasn't the same player anymore, because he wasn't playing with that edge anymore. He was still good because he was talented, but he wasn't the dreadlock demon, as Howard David used to call him, the dreadlock demon. We lost the dreadlock demon from that second go around. He was serviceable, but he wasn't the dreadlock demon. And that's because you lose your edge. And football is one of those games that you've got to play with an edge. And then the second part is, if you really want to be great, you're going to have to give the ultimate sacrifice. If you don't, look at Tom Brady last year. Some of you out there that talk about Tom Brady and all that, I don't think you really watched the game last year. He played scared last year. He played like he wanted to retire. He played without an edge. He still could play at a pretty high level because he's super talented, just like Ricky. When he came back the second go around, he can still play at a decent level, but he did not have that edge. And once you lose that edge, and I saw Tom Brady last year, throw the ball away a lot and kind of take care of himself and not want to take extra hits. And I said, yeah, that guy's got 1 foot out the door. And that's why I wouldn't want him. If I'm any team out there at this point, I don't think you want to get Tom Brady back, because I don't think he'll get that edge back. Once you've given up, it's hard to get it back. It's really hard to get back that edge. Very few people have done it, and it's almost, when it happens, it's usually those people that they get it taken away from them, not that they chose to walk away like Ricky or Tom Brady or somebody else. No. It's more like Bernard King. Blown knee at a time where you don't come back from blown knees, and he's mother effing the rest of the world because Bernard King would not be denied. And he came back and had one hellacious year on a bone-on-bone knee, one of the more remarkable performances by any athlete in the history of sports. Because in that era, to come back from that knee and play at that level, it's because, gee, damn it, you took it away from me. I need it back. And there was a fire for it. Those who quit, it's hard to get that fire back. It's hard to be who you were when you had that fire. And that's what I think was with Ricky. So it wasn't appreciated at all by the fans, especially the blind ass fans who thought that they had a chance for a Super Bowl or something like that. The rest of the fan base kind of knew that the playoffs were out of sight or something like that without Ricky. The sensible fan base was like, damn, we lost our entertainment on offense and our chance at the playoffs. It's kind of the way the fan base was looking at it. So people were frustrated with Ricky. There's no doubt. But if you really look at it, Ricky knew that they were going to give him the ball 450 more times, and he was going to take a pounding because he didn't have a great quarterback, and he was the entire offense. So he was tired of being the entire offense, and he quit. I think people are kind of understanding of it. Ricky couldn't stop the weed. Well, I mean, really, the league shouldn't stop anybody because of the weed. That's the problem in our society. We got people all over America loaded up on prescription pills, which is way worse than anything that weed could ever, create. We got tons of people hitting the liquor stores every day, and liquor is 8 billion times worse than weed. And that's our problem. when we get into stupid shit like this and we point at the wrong things and make the wrong things evil, you know. Actually, a plant that can provide a lot of actual medicinal purposes, something that you're not using alcohol for, you know. But now the good thing is we're now finally catching up. We're now finally getting the common sense, for a lack of a better term, to figure out that, yeah, it's not so bad. Give me a break. The person having a few whiskeys every night actually is doing much more damage to themselves than the guy that's smoking a joint. So, it is what it is. Like Big O is saying, Ricky was probably tired of the grind. Football is tough. It's not for everybody. Exactly. Dougie Fresh, speaking of making sacrifices, as you know, Emmett played at my high school. He had a great quote. When a player is motivated, you never have to tell them what to do, only what not to do. Yeah, that's right. Jay Hurd says, money won't make you happy. Look at all the miserable, wealthy folks out there. Money just makes your bed a little softer. That's right. Like Samson, Ricky lost his power when he cut his hair. I like it. When Ricky married Mike Ditka, I knew it wouldn't last. Money won't make you happy, but it does make your life easier. Yes, please. Can I have some money to make can I pay off my house? Couple credit cards, and that's all I'm asking. I don't need to be rich. I don't want to be rich. I just want to pay off my house and a couple of credit cards, and that's it. And I can survive with just paying the regular bills. That's all I'm asking for. I don't need to be rich. Anyway, I don't think anybody would ever do cocaine without alcohol. Well, it's a whole different conversation. More money, more problems. Certainly, having money does have its benefits, but come on, down to quality of life, money's a small part of it. There are many homeless who are perfectly content. Yeah, and I'm sure there's a lot of homeless that are not content at all. All right, what else do we have? What if you have a whiskey and a joint every night? Well, then you're really double dipping, baby. There you go. Nothing wrong with the little whiskey, weed, and prescription drugs taken every night. LOL. NorCal says Ricky loves life more than football. Went on a cruise high last fall. He was awesome. I'm happy for him. He is a nice guy. Definitely. Oh, what will prevent Bitcoin from losing value via public panic again? Have measures been taken after FTX? No, there's no measures taken. It's education. That's all, Pat. It's ignorance that made it go down. It's people that don't know any better. That's all. Like most of you out there. I hate to kind of, look down on you, but that's kind of what I have to do. And the problem is that 95% of the world is ignorant when it comes to crypto and Bitcoin, and they don't know shit about it. It's the same thing as the internet or anything else that we've had in the past that is life-changing and life-altering, and that's what crypto is. So it's intimidating, so people poo-poo it, and then because so many don't know anything about it, and then they, and then you have, a dumbass bitch like Elizabeth Warren running her fucking mouth, not knowing a goddamn thing about Bitcoin. And she's spewing all these things that are just misinformation. And she's a very influential person because there's a lot of dumbass Democrats that follow her thinking that she knows something when she doesn't. She's just a fiery woman. That's all. So she just runs her mouth and gets emotional and gets loud, and people like that. But does Elizabeth Warren actually bring much substance to anything? No, she doesn't. It's like clown ass Trump. Obamacare sucks. Obamacare sucks. Okay, so where's your health care plan? Oh, it's coming. Never came. Why? Because you're too stupid to come up with one anyways. It doesn't matter what side it is. Neither side knows what the hell they're doing. It's just you idiots end up going, well, I'm a Democrat and I'm a Republican and I'm just going to blindly follow them. And, all you're doing is following both of them into the abyss because neither side knows what the hell they're doing. They're both incompetent as hell. But, you guys can keep falling for it. And the problem with that is just ignorance. That's all. Ignorance. Look at everything that's gone on with the economy and everything. And Bitcoin's only gotten stronger. How much more proof do you need? And mass adoption hasn't happened yet. Can you imagine what happens when mass adoption takes over with Web3, the blockchain, and crypto, and especially Bitcoin? Oh my freaking God. But you have to figure it out on your own. You have to do your own homework, and you have to make your own mistakes. And if you want to keep believing in the dollar and get burned over it over and over again until one of your banks gets shut down and you can't even get to your money, then you'll learn your hardcore lesson. But the only thing stopping Bitcoin is ignorance and a lack of education. That's the only thing that's stopping. And it's still not stopping Bitcoin. Because last time I checked, it only grows. Started at 0. We're at 30,000. A mere 14 years later, over 100 years, and the dollar can only go down every year 6 to 8%. Do the math, my man. Do the math. Ignorance and education is the only thing that's going to stop you from actually doing the right thing. I'm not a financial advisor. I'll tell you that 1,000 times over. Okay? I'm just a dude that loves crypto, and I talk a lot of sports and stuff here on the show. Okay? You guys do your own homework and figure it out yourself. But eventually, you'll figure out that you'll see your dollar keep shrinking every day, and then you look at that. Hey, they keep talking that Warren and Hillary and who are some of these other idiots that are anti-Bitcoin, Gensler and all these, and yet they're talking all this shit, and yet it's going this way. Maybe it's that Elizabeth Warren has a $67 million bank account and she only earns $200,000 a year. I wonder. Is she tied to the banking industry? Is she backed by people in the banking industry? Is that maybe why she's running her mouth in that direction, just like Hillary? Is it maybe that Warren Buffett has made all his money and it's fiat backed? And maybe that's why Warren Buffett doesn't talk up Bitcoin, because it doesn't benefit him, just like he used to shit on Apple all the time. And now Apple is Berkshire's biggest asset in their entire portfolio. Takes up about, I believe, half of their portfolio is Apple. And old ass, rich ass, smart ass, Warren Buffett used to hate on Apple, just like how he hates on Bitcoin. Why? Because it's technology, and his old ass can't adjust to technology because old people don't adjust to technology. People my age don't adjust to this. They don't adjust very well to this. And so now he doesn't talk shit about Apple anymore because it took him a while to figure it out. Unfortunately, he won't be with us by the time, Bitcoin is mass adopted 10 years from now. He may not even be here. Just like the Charlie Munger, who's, 100 years old, and all his money and his richness is all fiat based. So he has to back everything banking and fiats because that's where he's at. So he talks down Bitcoin because it's not to his benefit. And that's what you keep hearing. The people that are dissing Bitcoin are the people that it's not to their benefit because they're already made by taking advantage of you through the fiat banking, where fiat banking determines who gets loans, who gets to be rich. because it ain't you and it ain't me. Do your homework. Figure it out. You'll figure out why certain people are always getting the breaks. You'll figure out why all these banks are getting bailed out constantly, and you're not. These people are criminals. They mishandle all your money, and they get nothing but a slap on the wrist, and they move on, and the governments bail them out. Happens to you? Not to me. Does it happen to your business? No. Eventually, you'll figure it out, man. So, anyway, I saw Russian wearing a T-shirt the other day that said, "Socialism, let's all starve together." It was perfect. He knows the dangers. King Short says, "Thanks to you, Big O, I am no longer a crypto imbecile." Well, there you go. If you just take a little time, you'll find out, bro. You'll find out and you'll figure it out. She wants to regulate but can't get their hands on Bitcoin. Well, that's because you can't do that. They're not going to regulate any of that. She doesn't want to do it. Bro, Elizabeth Warren doesn't know anything. She is as clueless as they get. Okay? So, started at the bottom. Now Bitcoin is here. That's right. That's right. Eddie says, "You are the smart one, Big O. We are all idiots." Well, Eddie, if you're not into Bitcoin and you don't believe in it, then yeah, you're an idiot. But there's a lot of people that are with me, so there's a lot of smart people with me. If you're not on there, then yeah, Eddie, yeah, you're kind of an idiot. Yeah. I have a question. If you have Bitcoin, but something happens, like you pass away, is there any safety net for those funds? I know if in banks you just bring an ID, birth certificate, and you're good. Frankie, okay, so you're married, right? Okay, there are 12 words that runs your account. All right, nobody can touch your money ever in a cold storage wallet. All right, nobody has access to it. Only you have access to it with the 12 words. Okay, your wife should know those 12 words. So if something happens to you, she has access to the account, and that's it. It's super simple. It's not that it's really not that difficult, because you're not keeping it in a bank. You are the bank, Frankie. That's the beauty of it all. Nobody controls your money. They can't just close the bank down and then now you're standing in lines like they are all over the world and going, "Hey, where's my money?" "Oh, well, we're trying to see if we can save the bank and this and that and all that." And then you got to wait. "Oh, you can't take out all your money now. You can only take a certain percentage out." And that's why they want CBDCs, because that way they can lock your money too electronically. They don't even have to close the doors anymore in the bank. They can just digitally close your money out. And if they want to ban something that they don't want people to buy, they can just, boom, they won't allow your digital currency to be able to buy that product. They can do that kind of shit, huh? Oh, yeah. They want, why they want CBDCs? Because if it's in your bank account and you owe the government something, they can just take it right out of your bank account. Yeah. Keep believing what these idiots are telling you, and you're going to fall deep into the hole with them. And Eddie J. De La Torre, apparently, because apparently he's also lost too. "I don't have much Bitcoin, but at least I have 2 full ETH." Well, Uber Beaner, ETH is going to be worth a bunch. So, yeah. I mean, it's hard to own a lot of Bitcoin, for us working stiffs. Those of you that have a little bit more money, then you got a shot at really, setting yourself up in a big time way. And God bless you for that. So, there you go. Just, check it out. That's all I can tell you. Do want to remind you, redrecover.com, a proud sponsor of our program. We love talking about Red Recover, Ed, and all the great people out there. And I always tell you about the Red Recover hat. Do I have it up here? No, I think I left it downstairs this morning. Anyway, so I have my Red Recover hat. I put it on every morning and in the evenings too. I put it on twice a day personally, and it's helped grow my hair in the back. You can go to redrecover.com. You will not see the hats on the website when you go.
go to the contact us part of the page, send them an email and tell them, hey, man, I want that hat that Big O's using to grow back his hair. Maybe it can help me, and maybe it can help you. You just never know. If you've been recently losing your hair and you're trying to save it, this hat is for you. It might help you save your hair. If your hair has been dead for a long, long time, it's unlikely it'll save it. I'm not saying it's impossible because, man, anything is possible. Because I even in these areas here where my hair has been dead for a while, little hairs are coming out every once in a while. Not enough to fill. So I'm not going to bullshit you guys on that. Not here. Here it's filling. Here it's not. But a couple hairs do come out. So I don't know. Maybe some of you have the magic and it revitalizes it. You know what I'm saying? So you can check out the hat, and they've got the wraps for the dogs. That's what you're going to see on the website. Big dogs, small dogs. You know how they have issues with their hips? Go to redrecover.com. You can buy the wraps for bigger dogs, for small dogs, and use our code BIGO. You will get 10% off at redrecover.com. All right. Let's see. Big O, I do believe, or correct me if I'm wrong, Matt will be on today. Let him know his Knicks will not sweep the Heat. Okay, we will tell him. We look forward to having Matt Verderam on today. Dolphins hosted Cameron Fleming. No offer. Okay, and, decent rotational player, I guess, is what you would call him. He's had some injury history. Not a big deal. I think the Brandon Shell young man is still out there, right? Well, he's like 30 or 31, so he's not so young. Cameron Fleming and some others are out there. I think what's happening for the Miami Dolphins right now at the tackle position is they have decided, and this tells you that they're targeting tackles in the draft. By bringing Cameron Fleming in, that tells you they're looking for tackles in the draft. And what they're doing is they don't have to bring in Brandon Shell because they know who he is. He was there for the last year in the building. So all they need is to find out if he is getting healthy, and apparently he's already well on his way to that. So now you know that, and now you bring in Cameron Fleming, you work him out, you see where he's at physically, and now everything's on a pause. Now you can tell that second or third round pick, there are tackles that they are targeting in the second and third rounds. Now, we're going to find out if they pick them, then you will not see a Corey Fleming, a Cameron Fleming, or a Brandon Shell signing. But if you don't see them draft the tackles that they are looking at in the second and third rounds, then I can guarantee you they're going to sign one of these tackles. So they've probably checked out 3-4 guys this offseason, and they said, okay, we know what the price range is. We don't really want to spend this. We think those guys and maybe a rookie is about the same thing. We'd rather invest in the rookie and try to build on something for the future. Plus, we get a cheap salary for 4 years if we get them in the second and third rounds. So it's also beneficial to us to try to find a guy. Okay? So I'm sure they've got everybody that knows offensive line scouring the league, looking at all the draft picks, and they have a group of guys that they have targeted in the second and third rounds. So you're going to see that after the draft is over, if there is not a tackle chosen in the second or third rounds, expect them to bring back Brandon Shell, sign Cameron Fleming, or another person that they've brought in for workouts, something along those lines. But that's exactly what the Dolphins told you by bringing in Cameron Fleming. They gave you exactly what they're trying to do in the draft. So tight end and tackle are definitely targets that we've all talked about. We all know that they may be necessities for them, and they're telling us the same thing. Okay? So that's what Cameron Fleming tells you. If Inter Miami loses today, will Neville finally get fired? Frankie, do you blame him for Martinez being a terrible hire? Because Martinez doesn't look like he's the guy that he was. Do I blame him that Campana can't stay healthy? Do I blame him that you should have brought Pozuelo back because he's the real difference maker from last year? He's the guy that really lifted Higuain, and nobody says anything about it. See what I'm saying, Frankie? I mean, I know you follow it. I know you know your soccer because I've seen your comments and stuff. You follow international soccer, so you follow this. Am I saying anything that should we blame Neville for that? Is it his fault that Gregory, one of his most important defenders, is out? You know what I'm saying? It changed the face of their defense. Is it his fault that they trade Bryce Dukes? They trade, the son from the Lassiter, and they traded another guy, all for salary purposes to clear out salaries because they may be bringing in another guy, but at the same time, you're losing some playmakers. So is that Neville's fault too? You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that have gone on with the team that have taken away from the play on the pitch. So it's hard for me to point a finger at Neville. It's easier for me to point a finger at the front office and say, dude, you've kind of depleted this. You haven't made good decisions, but I get it. If you're going to bring in those two international guys, right? Messi and the other guy that would be taking Pozuelo's place, the number 5, then okay. I'm backing away. I get it now, the big picture of it all. But for now, you're burning the team and you're burning Neville. I have a hard time blaming Neville right now. So, however you want to look at it, I'm not bearing Neville for this right now. Can't. I think it's unfair. Bill says, Frankie, where is the Bitcoin exchange or private wallet? If private wallet, i.e. Ledger Trezor, then you need to inform your heirs where the private keys are in some way, the 12 or 24 words. Exactly. Bill knows this shit. Chad says, big day for the Arsenal at Man City. This game is probably going to determine the title. Come on, you Gunners. What a great season it's been. God, it's been a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Yeah, Man City's loaded. Man City's like the richest team, right? Isn't it? I think they've got more money than everybody else. They probably have more Bitcoin than everybody else. Is Caleb Martin playing with unanticipated improvement in this series? Caleb Martin is balling, bro. He's been the Robin, actually, in a way. I think last year alone proves we cannot have too many O linemen. Of course. I agree. Let's see. Dalvin Cook or Derrick Henry. No, I don't think that's at all going to happen. Either one. Well, Derrick Henry for sure is not going to happen. That's just stupid talk. Okay? It's just stupid talk. Derrick Henry will never happen. They're not trading for Derrick Henry at all. They were never trading for Derrick Henry. And all you people keep sending me these YouTubers that are saying, they're inquiring about Derrick Henry and this and that. And none of these people have any insight on the team at all. At all. It's hilarious. So, no, it's not going to happen. And Dalvin Cook will, as I've said before, it'll never happen. The only way it happens is if he gets cut and he's willing to take a lot less money to come here, $3-4 million. They're not going to pay him money either. They're not paying backs. They're not trading for backs. They're not spending high picks on backs. They're not trading. What's the other ones that you guys are sending me? That they're trading into the first round for a running back. How stupid is that shit? Like, don't you, come on, bro. Where does Chris Greer ever show you that? So no, not going to happen. They're happy with their backs. Giovanni says Neville's not the problem. Look at the players he has to mold. It's terrible. I know. And the decisions above. I'm telling you, Martinez ain't shit, dude. He's not come close to the form he was before the knee injury at all. I can't blame Neville for that. That's a bad move in the front office. And Pozuelo's, missed badly. I like the Ledger Nano if anyone needs a cold wallet suggestion. J-Town, that's an excellent suggestion, my brother. Excellent suggestion. No problem with Ledger, no problem with Trezor. There's a few good wallets, bro. It's you. Don't ever put your 12 words on your phone, in an email, on the internet, in any way, shape, or form, ever. Okay? You keep it all offline. Please. Let's see. Lisa says, my MAGA brothers and other people keep telling me I am crazy for my crypto investments. We shall see who has the last laugh. That's kind of strange, Lisa, because out of the two idiot parties, the Republicans actually get Bitcoin more than the Democrats. That's kind of strange. I know some of the MAGA people aren't necessarily very smart. So I kind of get that. I get the people that aren't very smart, but man, some of the Republicans are behind crypto. They kind of get it. So that's kind of strange. It's usually the Democrats that fall suckers for it all because they're the idiots that are going to fall for the CBDCs. They're the fools that believe people like Warren and Hillary. So that's kind of strange. Usually, not all Republicans, but some Republicans actually get it. There are some Democrats, but it's very few. Very, very, very few. God, it's minimal. You'll find more Republicans that actually understand that Bitcoin is it's the future, but whatever. Let's see. What else do we have? Who would have thought Duncan Robinson would be a big plus for this team in the playoffs? Yeah. Well, like I said yesterday, he's creating trade value for himself. That to me is the best part about the Duncan thing, that maybe you can move him in the offseason with this. Your top choice for tight end in the draft, I'm a Tucker Kraft guy, bro. You know what I mean? There's a couple guys I like, but I don't know if they'll fall to 51, and that's my problem. Well, after the first round on Thursday, Friday, we will have a better conversation because now we know who's off the board. That's why I'm not killing myself with all of this and talking all kinds of stuff that doesn't make any sense because we don't know. So let's wait for the first round to go, and then we'll know the 31, right? Because, of course, thanks to Stephen Ross and Bruce Beal, there's only 31 picks in the first round because we don't get our 32nd pick. Freaking idiots. Joseph Martinez has been a complete letdown. That's probably why Atlanta traded him away, even though he was so beloved with that team. They knew he was done, and Miami screwed up, and they acquired a guy that is cooked. So, yeah. Big O, you're probably going to slam me for asking, but how do I even get started with crypto? Dude, too extreme. That's a great question, my brother. 95% of the world is so intimidated and they don't know anything. They're afraid. They don't open themselves up. They don't give themselves a chance to actually grow financially. So, you know what I would do if I'm you? I would open an account, okay, on crypto.com, on coinbase.com. And then I would start to learn and read about it and follow. Go to on YouTube here. There is a young lady by the name of Crypto Casey. Okay. She's very smart. Okay. She will educate you about all of this. There's a man by the name of George, and it's Cryptos Are Us, the letter R. Cryptos are letter R and us. And his name is George. He's an Asian guy. He opens up the show with, I'm George. We're all George. Okay. Very, very level-headed approach to it. It will educate you on Bitcoin and other cryptos. Anthony Pompiano, okay, is another guy that I would follow. Very smart guy, very well connected. You need to take the time to learn and then find out what Bitcoin's all about. Okay. And then you can learn to start to purchase it and things like that. And go to, and YouTube also has videos that will show you, okay, if I'm on crypto.com, how do I purchase? There you go. How do I transfer from crypto.com to my nano cold storage wallet? And it'll show you. So you'll follow those steps. All of those things will help you out, but you're going to have to take the time to learn and educate yourself. And it'll be the best thing that you will ever do, because eventually it's going to help you and your family down the line. I don't think a lot of you really realize how you're going to set yourself up a lot better than most out there, because most are going to get caught by surprise. Jay Hurd says the leaks we want to trade up in the classic pre-draft lie to try and convince the Vikings to trade Cook for something rather than losing him for nothing, putting the pressure on Minnesota. Jay, they're not going to trade for anything, bro. So I'm not sure what you're trying to create for yourself. You just better hope that they cut him and that he's not looking for money. If he's looking for money, he won't be playing in Miami. They're not going to pay him a lot of money. So, Rise Taylor, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, Big O, I feel like I'm the only one okay with our starting tackles. Too early to call AJ a bust after he's shown promise. More worried about Liam at guard. And those are all fair. Those are all fair. And we're going to find out, man. We're going to find out. I hope Darnell Washington does. I hope Darnell Washington does, but it's highly unlikely. You talk about falling? Yeah. He blocks too well, and he's athletic enough that he's too enticing to fall to 51. I would love for Darnell Washington to fall to 51. I just don't think he's going to fall to 51. I don't. You're spot on with Kraft. Oh, he has the look and feel of a star tight end. Well, we'll see. I don't know, but I like him. I like him. He plays with an edge. I'm surprised you didn't create 100 mock drafts, Big O. LOL. Yeah, I don't do mock drafts. I'm not really a mock guy. I only did mocks when Miguel Escobar used to make me do mocks in QAM. He knew I hated mocks, and he goes, "Bro, I know you don't like it, but I need a mock from you." And so he wanted it for the website, and I think he used to put like a board of it on the over at the restaurant and all that when we would do it. And it got a lot of movement on the website, and that's why he wanted it, because obviously he ran the website and he wanted to do what's best for the website, even though I didn't want to do the mock. But I obviously did it for him because he's a great dude. So I certainly didn't do it for the station. That's for damn sure. Big O, I think Democrats understand, but you can imagine how much control donation to the candidacy they would lose. Drago, you know what? Maybe you're right, actually. Maybe they do understand. They're just evil. Maybe that's what it is, that like Hillary knows that it's good, except she just, typical Democrats that they want to control and screw you. Because when it comes to taxing and controlling, oh boy, the Dems love that shit. And by the way, for you Democrats out there, I can't stand Republicans either. Just so we're fair, because, when I say something about a Republican, then a Republican gets hurt and wants to take a shot at a Democrat and all that. I don't get into your stupid little battle of Democrats and Republicans. Okay. I enjoy crushing Democrats and Republicans. I enjoy making fun of Democrats and Republicans. Okay. And I enjoy making fun of the people that actually think that Democrats and Republicans know what they're doing. So make sure you understand the show. I'm about Americans. I'm not about sorry ass Democrats or pathetic Republicans. Okay. I don't care about either party. I'd flush both parties right down the toilet if it was up to me. All they do is divide us. They don't care about us. So let's make sure, because I guess I got to constantly repeat this. Okay. Because some of you idiots think, oh, he must be a Democrat if he's ripping Republican. Oh, he must be a Republican if he's ripping Democrats. And neither one could be further from the truth. Okay. So, either one couldn't be further from the truth. So just crazy. Crypto has their own arena in LA. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. If the Dolphins come out Friday night with Cody Mosh and Tucker Kraft, I would be very happy Dolphins fan, says Nyborg. Jay says, I do think they'll cut Cook or trade him to us for peanuts. Just my opinion, no intel. No, they won't trade him because there's no way Miami's paying him $10 million. Nope. No shot, Jay. No shot. He will have to be cut. So, Big O is Green Party. Nope. I am Cardano. I am Bitcoin Party, baby. Okay? That's who I am. I'm American. That's it. American. No Republican, no Democrat for me, buddy. None of that crap. I don't want those parties I'm a Tua party. There you go, bro. I'm a Tua party guy. See, Tua is all about love. He doesn't get any. Did you see? Hey, by the way, what the hell happened to Matt? Thought Matt was supposed to be on. I just realized that. Did you guys see Omar's latest article on SI? Send Matt a link. He says he didn't have one. I thought I sent him one. Okay. Anyway. So, what's it called? Omar puts out an article. Let me see if I can find it here because I thought it was funny. You know, they're talking about these quarterbacks around the league and this and that, and they're leaving out what's it called, Tua. So he writes an article. Let me see where it's at here. And it's something, along the lines that Tua, here it is, Tua not getting much national media love. And I'm sitting there going, really, Omar? Like what's changed? Well, I'm sorry. I must have missed this. I really? This is look at the article here. Tua Tagovailoa. Wait a minute. Let's get that off. There you go. Tua Tagovailoa not getting much love from the media. Really? Like, when does he get love? I must have missed that. I must have missed that one. When was he getting love? He's too short. His arm's too weak. He plays too much golf. He'll never make it. He should retire. Oh, what do you mean? He's not talking about retirement? How can he be so irresponsible? Like, when does he get love outside of, this show? I'm sorry. The writer just called him a weirdo. Oh, man. All right, let's get ready. Matt Verderam, baby. We step into the huddle.
Let's huddle up with Matt Verderam. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
I thought I sent you a link. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I checked. I have like 4 different emails. I checked them all. But,
you know what? Maybe I did habitually, because when I put up your name, the old one does still pop up, and then the SI one is under, and I probably hit the one on the top. That's probably what
I don't
happened.
have access to that one anymore.
Right, exactly. Exactly. And so that's probably why, because when you put, once I put the words Matt, it already comes up, you know what I mean? Because it's already there in the memory. So it's on me then. That was my fault.
Yeah. Okay.
That's probably what happened. I screwed up. Anyway, so you've done all the digging and all that stuff. So who's the number one pick tomorrow?
Bryce Young. Bryce Young is the number one pick tomorrow. So
Is that the right pick by the Carolina Panthers? If Matt Verderame was the general mangler, because that's what you would be called.
I would be, yes.
You would be a mangler, not a manager. But if you were a general mangler of the Carolina Panthers, what would you select?
I would probably take Bryce Young, but I'd be nervous about it. I think he's the best quarterback in the class. Now, when I did my mock drafts, I did it weeks ago, but I put Stroud because I thought size-wise, he might hold up a lot better. Then, a couple days after my mock, I was told by somebody who I trust about that S2 test, which had not become public yet. It became public about a week later. And knowing NFL front offices, I knew that was going to be a problem. And it's a problem. Now, how big of a problem? We're going to find out tomorrow night. I think it's Young for sure, number one. Then it becomes, what does Houston do it to? Is it a quarterback? If it is a quarterback, is it Stroud? Is it Levis? I'll say this. If Houston doesn't pick a quarterback, I'll be surprised. I also think if you're picking a quarterback there, it better be Stroud. I'm sorry. Will Levis's tape is nowhere near CJ Stroud's tape. I don't care what his S2 cognitive score was. Like, we're picking guys based on football. CJ Stroud is a better player than Levis. And Richardson's just too raw, in my opinion, to take it.
You know, Marino didn't score high on that.
It worked out okay.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, some guy, Neil something, that used to wear some shit on his nose and used to like sack a lot of people. Neil, Kansas City. What's his name? Smith?
Yeah.
Was it? I think so. He was pretty good, right? I think he scored like a 8 or something on the Wonderlic.
It worked out. Like, look.
Zach Thomas used to tell me all the time, I'm not a rocket scientist. Yeah, and if you had plenty of conversations with Zach, you kind of get that, all that kind. But he's actually really smart when it came to football. He actually was smart when it came to life and all that. But, he was kind of like a country dude, right? So he wasn't going to get into anything technical. But when it came to the football field,
boy,
he's an effing genius on the football field. Peyton Manning used to say that's the smartest player I ever faced was Zach Thomas. You know what I mean? Because Zach knew exactly what Peyton was going to do right away.
Yeah.
I love how we confuse football smarts with all kinds of other smarts. And that's what people just don't understand, because there's a lot of people that are really good at their jobs and because they understand what they're doing. And some of us would struggle at doing what they do. And yet we might be smarter than them. We might be more athletic than them or whatever it is. But they have a skill set that is special to what they do. And that's why, to me, the CJ Stroud thing is a little extreme. And then the Will Levis stuff starts to sound incredibly extreme now, like you're trying to sell right before the draft. You know what I'm saying?
I always tell a story when people talk about this stuff with like football IQ and cognitive and all this crap, which I think it's what it is, frankly.
Yes.
1981, the Giants drafted a guy named Lawrence Taylor. You might have heard of him. And took him second overall.
Yep.
Saints, for the record, took a running back, George Rogers, first. And so they're playing a game in St. Louis with the old football Cardinals. And Lawrence Taylor blitzes and sacks, I believe it was Neil Lomax, sacks the quarterback. Comes off the field. Bill Parcells, at this point, is not the head coach, he's the defensive coordinator. Says, what are you doing? He said, Lawrence, what do you mean? Why did you blitz? You're supposed to drop in a coverage. I'm sorry, I screwed up, whatever. Sorry, I didn't know. No. Next drive out there. Does the same thing, blitzes again. This time, forces a fumble. George Martin picks it up, runs it in for a touchdown. And he comes off the field, and Parcells is looking at him. He's like, I did it again, right? It's like, yeah, you did it again. He's like, we don't even have that play. And he's like, well, we ought to put it in tomorrow because it's a really good one. Like, the point is, some of these guys, they're just good at football. Like some of this stuff, just look. Mahomes and Kelsey, right now, current day example, they're maybe the best duo quarterback pass catcher in the NFL, or one of them, certainly. you talk to Travis Kelce, and he'll be the first one to tell you a lot of the stuff they do is off the cuff. Like it's even on the play sheet. They'll just, hey, look, I read it a certain way. I button hooked here. He read it the same way. A lot of times in the end, in the NFL, yes, a lot of it's pre-patterned, all that stuff. You got to know how to play football. And if you can do that, you're going to win a lot of football games.
Yeah, man. Instincts are, to me, those tests or the Wonderlic or whatever you want to call them nowadays.
Yep.
To me, I always found those things overrated only to one extent. Here's the only extent. You are giving a player a lot of money. They are representing your organization, your city. So you want to make sure that they have common sense, at least in that way. You don't want to make sure you are bringing some idiot, some thug, some guy that just is, just not, just a bad person. I think that, to me, that's where the common sense comes in. Okay, I want to see what kind of dude we are bringing in when he's away from our building, and that's the only concern that I would have with those kind of tests. That if it's a guy that has a really bad attitude and has a track record or an arrest history or whatever, then that's where these tests might come in. Like, hey, dude, we're going to give this guy $10 million, and all this guy can talk about is hoes and strip clubs and, wants to be, and so you got to watch out that, to me, that's the only time is the maturity part of it. But is that going to determine what kind of a football player he's going to be? No, dude, because Lawrence Taylor showed up in practice in handcuffs once.
He's a great defensive player of all time.
Right. And they had to find a way to take off the handcuffs so he could go practice. And, that's just kind of the way it is. You might have some guys that are kind of screwed up, but on the field, they're going to be monsters for you. You know what I mean?
So in this case, nobody's doubting CJ Stroud's character. So if you think he's got great character and you think he can play football, then draft guy because he can play football.
Exactly.
Sometimes we make this way too complicated. I remember there was when the 2017 class happened, the Bears were picking third. They traded up to second. They took Mitchell Trubisky. And one of the stories around Chicago has long been that Trubisky showed up for his official visit to the Bears. I forget the exact make and model of the car, but it was in his relative's car. It was an older car, kind of beat up. And the Bears looked at that and said, see, now that's a guy. He's a blue collar guy. He's down to earth. And that was one of the reasons they took him. You took him because of the car he showed up in? But that's also why everybody now that was with the Bears at that time is no longer with the Bears at that time. You just look at the tape. Look at the tape. Worry about your interview with him. If you believe in the player, if you believe in the person and you believe in the football player, take that football player.
Right.
That's it. Don't worry about all the rest of this stuff. None of it matters. It's overrated massively.
Exactly. To me, I see CJ Stroud as a guy that looks like he can do everything you need. And then the other thing is, looks like a good character kid. That's it. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. I'm fine. I'm all right with the rest. The rest you can figure it out. And so that's why I think there's this sell job both ways. One to kind of bring one guy down and the other one to bring the other guy up. And by the way, back in the day, there were, party and cocaine rumors with Marino and all that kind of stuff. And that's why he fell, because, they thought he was a party guy, this, that. Brother, you had Joe Namath in your league.
Let's not forget. What was it, a year before that? The Colts, a year or two. Art Schlichter was drafted.
Yeah, oh my God.
He was gambling on a payphone, from the stadium. I mean, it's there's
some bad checks.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you're familiar with the NFL, if you've ever covered the NFL, there's stuff that happens in the NFL that is just beyond, stuff that could never get reported that you just look at and go, oh my God, how does it happen? But happens, stuff happens. So the idea that CJ Stroud's S2 cognitive test is some massive deal breaker is nuts. But when I found out about a week before that became public about that score, I said, this is going to be a problem because you're just going to have teams that they freak out. They just do. Right. And, and it is what it is.
Yeah, they're going to overreact on all of that. All right, your thoughts on the Rodgers move?
I thought the Packers did really well, to be honest with you. I graded it over at SI, and I gave the Packers an A- and the Jets a C+. Look, I get it. You got a great quarterback. You hope. He was not great last year. He's turning 40 this year. He's a huge upgrade. Nobody's arguing that. And he's the best quarterback they've had since Namath. Okay. That's the upside. The downside is their offensive line is not good. They are a team that, other than Garrett Wilson, I'm not in love with the weapons. I mean, Garrett Wilson's a very good player.
Brees Hall.
If he's healthy, yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, but I mean, he's a hell of a weapon.
When he's healthy, yeah, sure. But I'm more talking about the passing game. But yes, listen, I like the Jets as a playoff team. I do, and I get why the Jets did it. Like, I'm not here to pan the Jets. I get why the Jets did what they did. I just felt like giving up a first-round pick next year, assuming he's healthy, essentially, that's a lot. Like, when I talked to people around the league for months before this, it was always a second this year and then a conditional next year that might go from like a third to a second. That's different than going from a second to a first. So, and the Jets are eating all the money. That's a lot of money. And for people who are like, well, I don't care, it's Woody Johnson's money. Yeah, you're going to care when they can't sign a free agent the following year because he's tapped out budgetarily. Like, you are going to care. Yeah. So that's a lot. Well, now, I think the Packers did well. I think the Jets are a hell of a lot better. I think they're a playoff team in the AFC. I think they are going to fight with Buffalo and Miami. I think you can put any of them in any order you want to do it. But do I think they're a Super Bowl contender? No, I don't. I think they're a playoff team, and I think that's about it.
Yeah, they probably cornered them that either you give us an extra first rounder this year or a first rounder next year. And then that became that conditional second rounder that would become a first rounder, which he should play 65% of the snaps. Their receiving core doesn't necessarily scare me, but that's where he's going to have to be special to actually elevate that receiving core, right?
The question with him is, like, how bought in is he? Like, does he show up to OTAs? Is he there for minicamp? Is he dialed in? Or is this one of these things where they're 2-3 after 5 games and he's still trying to get assimilated to these receivers like happened last year in Green Bay? I mean, for me, that's another part of this. Like, how invested. I never had to worry about that with Tom Brady. I knew Tom Brady was invested. I knew Tom Brady was going to show up and do the work. Is Aaron Rodgers invested? And if they start 1-2 and he doesn't like a question from the Daily News, what happens?
That's
like,
right.
I got to tell you, this isn't the Green Bay where 5 guys are credentialed and they've got to make sure they don't piss him off because they need access. They're going to take shots at him in New York for fun. I mean, that's going to be a sport. So how does he react to that? It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, he'll have 150 cameras in front of his ass every day. He's going to go, wow, this is night and day. That's what I'm looking forward to, not the battle for the Jets on the field, the battle of Aaron Rodgers and that media, and especially when things aren't going well.
That's the question.
He's never experienced this. And he's used to kind of being in control in a small town, like you mentioned. He's not in control now. That's going to be a whole different monster that he's going to take on. All right, what do you got going on SI so folks can check you out?
So right now, today, it went up, and I tweeted out a few times. It's on Sports Illustrated's web front page on the website. Did my first SI daily cover. It is on the 1983 NFL draft. There is a very fun story in there about Marino. There's a lot about Marino in general, but a very interesting story from Tony Dungy, who helped work him out when he was with the Pittsburgh Steelers in 1983. And he expresses his disappointment as to why they didn't take him and then playing him the following year in the AFC Championship game. So there's a lot of fun stories about him, about Elway, about the draft being on TV at the time. Go check it out. And then, my God, tomorrow I'll be in Kansas City, and we have enough draft stuff to take down a small village over the next couple of weeks. So follow me on Twitter, and you will not be disappointed in the amount of draft stuff we throw at you.
Elway was the first guy to say, no, I don't want to be drafted by you, right? I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And the Steelers could have drafted Dan Marino, their hometown kid, and passed on him. And Tony Dungy was not pleased. Let's put it that way.
They wanted to trade for him later on, and then Shula turned it down during when Jimmy was going to take over. They could have traded him to Pittsburgh or Minnesota during that time, and Huizinga would have none of that. He wanted to keep Marino here. So in hindsight, it might have been better for him to go in his final 4 years here than stay here with Jimmy, who didn't really handle it right. All right, no. Follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderame. Catch his work there at Sports Illustrated. Matt, as always, thank you, my brother. We'll catch up next week after the draft.
Absolutely. Take care.
Thank you. You got it. There you go. Matt Verderam, baby. He knows how to get it done. RedRecover.com. Go to RedRecover.com. If you own a doggy or two, large or small, sometimes they deal with those hip issues, and we've got the wraps to help them and alleviate that pain, that discomfort. Maybe it's a surgery, those kind of things. You're going to love it. They've got the hats to help you grow your hair. Go to redrecover.com. You won't see the hat right on the website. Go to contact us, send them an email, tell them that Big O's told you, and they will fill you in on the hat and use our code Big O so you can get 10% off on the doggy wraps there at redrecover.com. We step out of the huddle.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. Just looking over. Woo, baby. Jasmine up 11, almost 12%. No, I'm sorry, 11.5%. It's up to 65. Woo! Where's my Jasmine hat? Should switch my Jasmine hat. I love it, bro. It's nice to see. It's nice to see the crypto market in green right now. And it's really nice to see Jasmine moving. That is really good. Up to 65. Nice. It's made a nice move since yesterday. It's not like anybody on the show is talking ever about Jasmine, mentioning it. Not at all. We would never do anything like that. If Darnell Washington falls in the 40 range, would you trade up for him? Brandon, they're not trading up for him, so don't worry about that. I don't know why you guys knock yourselves out with that kind of stuff. I don't think they're going to be trading up at all. They've only got 2 picks. The 6th and 7th rounders are nothing. I just don't think that's going to end up happening. There's a lot of tight ends. They'll wait for one to fall for them. There's no reason to really kill yourself for one. Big O, why are the Bengals doing Joe Burrow like that, picking up his 5th year? Is it me or they don't believe in him? No, that's the insurance policy. You got to pick up the 5th year, so then you negotiate the long-term contract. That's all. So their cheap asses will negotiate the long-term contract, and they'll get it done. But you got to pick up the 5th year option. So they believe in him. It's just remember, you got to negotiate with Mike Brown a really expensive contract with high guarantees. Mike Brown is not looking forward to putting a bunch of money in escrow. I don't think you guys, some of you may not know this, but if you give somebody a $60 million in guarantees, and let's say they're only taking home 20 this year, but 40 is left, that the owner of the team has to now grab $40 million and put it in escrow. So if you guarantee $170 million like they have for some of these quarterbacks, they literally have to get $170 million of their account and move it over into an escrow account where that money will be given. That $170 million over the next 5 years is guaranteed. Well, it's got to be already there and then given to them throughout the 5 years because it's guaranteed. So you've got to pull the money out of the bank right away. So when Lamar is asking the Ravens for $200 million, what's the name of the owner? Or Barchetti, Borowski, Petruski, whatever the owner, he literally has to now move $200 million into an escrow account. Because that's what you've guaranteed Lamar over the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years, whatever the hell that contract's worth. Bisciotti is the name. Anyway, so Steve Bisciotti would have to right away cut the check. That's no joke, man. Okay, next year he's going to have an escrow account for Tua, one for Jalen Phillips, one for Jalen Waddle, because all those guys are going to have guaranteed money. Just like Tyreek has a bunch of guaranteed money, that money's already in escrow. So he's going to get his money no matter what happens over whatever length of time the agreement is, but the money's already there. And that's the problem with people like Spanos with the Chargers and Brown with the Bengals. They're not deep pocket owners. And that's the other thing that Joe Burrow is going to have to deal with. And so is Justin Herbert. Owners that aren't necessarily going to go all out to put all the pieces around you. If they happen to draft them and they're around you as they're young, like Joe Burrow's had, he will never have a receiving core like he's had his first couple of years, unless they hit on more draft picks around their top guy. But eventually they're getting rid of Boyd and they're getting rid of Higgins. There'll be 10 teams lined up to trade for T. Higgins to make him their number one wide receiver. It's crazy shit, man. Gordon is saying, I saw an interview with Dan Rooney about Marino. He said his father wanted Marino, but Dan said to take DL, Gabriel Rivera, instead. He said his father never let him forget that until the end. John Russell says, Big O, what's your favorite draft moment for the Dolphins in the last 10 years? I really wanted Devontae Parker. I really liked him coming out of college. I thought he was supremely gifted, and he was. But, damn, dude, the injuries just ruined that. Favorite draft moment in the last 10 years? Well, Javon Holland. I was a huge Javon Holland guy. At Onside, we did a draft profiles. And the only profile at safety I did was Javon Holland. Because I thought he fit their system, and I thought he was a hell of a player. So I was really happy when they drafted Javon Holland 2 years ago, just like I was with Devontae. Last 10 years, it might be those two. Like, draft excitement that day. After the fact stuff, obviously, it's easy to get excited about all kinds of players after, but at the moment, I'm trying to remember if there was let me think. There might be another one or two that I'm forgetting off my memory there. Michael says, saw Billy Joel in St. Augustine last night. Man still puts on a great show. Stevens was the highlight, though, as you stated. Yeah, bro. Steve Stevens just ripped it. You mean you saw Billy Idol, not Joel. But yes, Billy Idol was good. He can't hit the high notes anymore, you know what I'm saying? But he still sounds really good overall. He's got to stop taking off the shirt. But Steve Stevens, oh my God, he shredded. He was awesome, and that solo was great. But he also shredded throughout the show too. He was good, man. He was really good. Billionaires cry poor, not a good look. Yes. Yeah, that's where the Heat stuff kind of drives me crazy when I hear writers and all that, and that comes from the team. When we hear about, luxury tax and all that shit, hate that. Big O, with the Jets acquiring Rodgers, do you see them jumping to third in the division? They were already third in the division. They were going to be ahead of the Patriots. It'll be Miami, Buffalo, the Jets, and then the Pats. Two Extreme says, my favorite drafting moment was drafting Tua. Big O, I sent you a video of my reaction to that moment. That was a cool moment. When it came to the draft, you and Alex Donald were the perfect people for draft week. I have fun working with Donald. Donald's a good dude, man. I could never forget the day we drafted Ted Ginn and his family. Yeah, that was not good. Waddle and Wilkins selections were both epic moments. Does St. Augustine do concerts every Tuesday night? Styx was last week. I don't know. That's a good show, too. This version of Styx still puts on a good show even without Dennis DeYoung. I have no problem watching that group, even without Dennis DeYoung. I think it's actually pretty cool. When sports and business collide, folks, we like doing something called the KSDT CPA Sports Business Report. All right. Loving life, baby. Oh man. So, very interesting that the NBA is having some success. You know, I told you before that the NBA, I thought, and maybe it is going to be a problem down the line, right? At the moment, it hasn't become a problem. I told you guys that this year, all these players missing, Jimmy Butler missing a quarter of the season kind of hurt the Heat. That's probably why they fell down to, the seventh and eighth seeds, and they ended up in the eighth seed when it's all said and done. Why? Well, because he didn't play, and they don't have a lot of stars. And so without him, providing an actual product for you. Okay. They didn't provide a good product this year. A lot of times they were ripping people off in the regular season, and yet the ratings were through the roof. Well, guess how it's going in the playoffs in this first round? With the league set to begin a $50 billion negotiations for its next long-term cycle of media rights, NBA playoff games are setting new viewership records. ABC's telecast of Game 4's Warriors-Kings Sunday night attracted the largest first-round audience across any network in 21 years per Nielsen. The telecast averaged 7,523,000 viewers. It peaked at 10.4 million during the 6 o'clock hour. It was the most watched first-round game since 2002, when the Lakers and the Blazers featuring Kobe and Shaq averaged 8.5 million viewers. Previously, NBA playoffs drew its most watched opening weekend in 12 years. Game telecast averaged 4.1 million viewers across the Walt Disney, ESPN, ABC, Warner Brothers, Discovery, Sports TNT channels. TNT will televise Game 5 of the Warriors-Kings matchup on Wednesday night at 10 o'clock. And during the upcoming media rights negotiations, ESPN, ABC, and TNT will seek to retain their national TV rights to the NBA. If they can't close the deal during an exclusive negotiating period, the NBA could open up to bidders to NBC and to its former media partner and giant streamers like Amazon Prime, Apple, and Google YouTube. Now, I can understand playoffs getting ratings because everybody's playing in the playoffs, except for Kawhi Leonard, of course. But I mean, that's kind of goes with the territory. But in the regular season, I was floored that the ratings were that good. I thought the ratings would go down because there were so many games that people didn't get to see stars. And yet, it's the opposite. What the hell do I know? By the way, there's the QR code. You might be a little late there for your taxes. Why don't you get the right people to help you out with your taxes? Use the QR code, KSDT CPAs. They've got offices in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties, and they can serve anybody in South Florida or even outside of South Florida, man. You call them. You can do all of this by the phone, and they are top 200 firm in the country, ranked by Forbes. Call KSDT Plus. By the way, for you crypto people like myself, they've got a crypto department. Ask for my man Yoandri. He will take care of you. Call him 305-670-3370 for KSDT CPAs. Use that QR code, baby. Tax season's here, your business, personal taxes, and they can help you in so many ways to help your business grow, from payroll and accounting and healthcare, all those things, and planning. Very important. KSDT CPAs, baby. Call them 305-670-3370. Use that QR code. Scan now.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. Let's see. The Dolphins drafted Ted Ginn and his entire family. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We love the entire family. It's a beautiful thing. So has crypto hit 30? Has Bitcoin hit 30,000 yet? Let me see. 29,804, up 9%. Here we go. One more time. Everybody's feeling fine. Here we go. Yes. Here we go. NSYNC has got the show. Ooh, Jasmine is up 13% to 66 now. Woo! Love it. Let's go. Let's run. Mutable X up almost 11%. Whew. Yeah. Big O, how you going to rip Bam when he has no help, but you protect Tua when he has no help? Heater 3-1 in the series. Just enjoy it. When Bam does what Tua did, down by 21 in Baltimore, check back with me. Okay? Just check back with me. When Bam wins a national title like Tua did, coming off the bench, check back with me. When Bam becomes the number one player at his position, check back with me. Then we'll talk, Mel. Okay? But meanwhile, we will rip the shit out of Bam. Nice guy and everything, but maybe he's too nice. Got no edge. So Bam deserves what he gets. You want to get paid that money? Well, expectations come with that money. You can't live up to those expectations? Well, then I got no time for you, bro. I got no time for you. So it don't matter to me. I will hold you to a standard. And Bam Adebayo is, like I've said over and over again, he's Jamal Mashburn. Very talented, but too nice of a guy. No edge. Now, for those of you that are dealing with an insurance company, you need an edge. Or if you're dealing with bankruptcy right now or homeowner property damage like I've dealt with before, condo damage, criminal defense, business owner claims, commercial litigation, personal injury, those of you that have suffered a lot of water damage, storm damage from the last couple of weeks here from all the rains, especially our friends in Fort Lauderdale, please call Welton Rayom right there in Hollywood, right in your backyard at 954-966-4646. Do not allow these insurance companies to give you all this crap. And they know the laws and you don't, and they know that. But the lawyers, Welton Rayom, Dan and Jeff, they know the law, and they're going to crush these insurance companies. You call them. I promise you, I saw it firsthand when somebody ran through the wall of our house. Welton Rayom crushed freaking Progressive Insurance. Okay, these insurance companies are great at collecting your premiums. They're going to send in their adjusters, and their adjusters are working for the insurance companies. They're not working for you. So Welton Rayom, they have their own adjusters. Guess who they're working for? For you. So they're going to make sure everything is repaired to a T, to the way it was. These insurance companies will shortchange you as much as possible, and you may not be able to repair it to where it was before, and that's bullshit. You call Welton Rayom, Dan and Jeff are going to crush them. 954-966-4646. You don't even have to go to the offices. You can call just by phone. Free consultation, folks. They're not going to charge you. And tell them that Big O sent you. I promise you. Ask for Jeff Welt. He'll take care of you. Great people, man. Great people. All right, what else do we have going on? Commanders not exercising fifth-year option. Why would you on Chase Young? He's a sack of injuries. He can't stay healthy. So, yeah. How could Bam be the least improved player of the year when he improves his number every year? Yeah, I don't really care about his numbers, bro. I care about, enforcing your will on people and be a franchise player. You're getting paid like one. Problem is, it's not his fault. It's the Heat's fault. They misjudged him. And that's all. Hey, the Heat has not given smart contracts out. Let's just call it like we see it. The Lowry contract's not a smart contract. The Duncan Robinson contract's not a smart contract. The Bam Adebayo contract's not a smart contract. The Tyler Hero contract's not a smart contract. They have given a lot of bad contracts out there. Okay? Jimmy Butler's phenomenal. The extension may not have been a good one for the next 3 years. It's not going to age gracefully. Right? So that one may turn out to be a bad contract. The problem is that's all you have. And they're kind of stuck in a hard place because, I talked about this yesterday. The best thing that happened in the playoffs so far is that Jimmy's played out of his mind. And in the offseason, you could still get a lot for him because if one team feels they're one player away, Jimmy Butler is that guy. As long as you can handle the character, then you're fine. And then Duncan Robinson has been a waste, right? But guess what? He's shooting really well now. So some team maybe gets intoxicated in the offseason, says, we need a shooter. Hey, man, Duncan can play. He's just been kind of on ice over there. Let's bring him over here and let's give him the time. And maybe you can move. But there's a lot of bad contracts, and I don't think this team is going anywhere. And that's because they've made a lot of bad decisions, unfortunately. So Riley's got a lot of fixing to do, man. A lot of fixing to do. And I know we're all going to get intoxicated with the way Jimmy's played lately, but if you are honest with yourself, that gravy train is not going to stay that way. That guy plays too hard. He's got so much mileage on that body. It's only going to get worse year in and year out for the next 3 years. And he's only going to end up playing less and less. And he cannot be as good as he is now over the next 3 years. It's going to decline. Age, wear and tear, all of that. And will it be worth the salary? And you don't even have the pieces around him anyways. That's why I'm telling you, it sounds crazy, but if I could move those guys, I would. Because nobody's going to want Bam. Not for that money. Nobody's going to want Tyler. Not for that money. So you're stuck with those salaries. Kyle Lowry, you might be able to move it because it's in the final year, but what are you moving it for? Are they going to give you another bad contract in return? So it's a really tough situation that they're in, man. Really tough. And mainly because they made a lot of bad decisions with these contracts. So, Chad says Bam is soft as toilet paper. He needs help. JIMVP needs help. Bam is nowhere near the player Bosch was. Bosch, when with Wade and Braun out, had that dog SOB in him. Bam can't carry a franchise, bro. Exactly. Yep. So now is when Omar realizes the NFL media has always disrespected Tua. I mean, it was kind of a naive statement on his part with the article and all that. Like, well, Tua's not getting a national love. Like, when does he get national love? It's like, and even from you, dude, Don't worry. We will bring it up in 3 minutes. I would say Jimmy does get better in the playoffs, and as he gets older, never seen anything like it. But how long is that going to last? So, yeah, Jimmy had his best regular season, Jermaine, because he played 3/4 of the season, because he rested for a quarter of the season. But if he could play that quarter of the season, his numbers might be a little less efficient, but they may have more wins than they would have been a higher seed. I love how you conveniently use the stats, but you kind of leave out the most important stat. He wasn't available for the whole season. And unfortunately, this team is not good enough to have a superstar that can play 65 games or 60 games a year. You can't. If you only have one star on the team, he's got to play 75 games at least. And he can't do that anymore. So you're paying somebody for a full salary and can only play 70 to 75% of the games. That doesn't make sense. You know what's impressive? To have great numbers and play 78, 80 games. That's what John Stockton used to do, right? That's what Magic Johnson used to do. So your hotels are better. Your nutrition is better. Your training is better. Your medicine is better. Your planes are more comfortable. You have them chartered, so you have your own plane, right? And yet you can't play 82 games or 80 games or 78. Okay, so then the other guys back in the day, okay, their drugs weren't as good. Their trainers weren't as good. Medicine wasn't as good. You had plenty of back-to-backs. Hell, we go deep enough. You had back-to-back-to-back. Everything was worse. They probably partied harder in those days than they do now, and yet they played all those games. And yet, Magic Johnson was incredibly efficient. And, well, that's kind of weird. So, when you throw that out there, So, yeah, he played 64 games. And by the way, did he finish all 64? $64 is not enough, bro. That's a joke. That's a fourth of the season that you're missing practically. Unacceptable. The problem is, Jermaine, what are you? You're in your 20s or something? You're in your 30s? Is this what you grew up with? It's kind of like college basketball. Anybody that thinks this is good college basketball, that's probably because this is what you grew up with. This is the shit you grew up with. You know what I'm saying? You can look at it that way if you want. I'm not impressed that he played so little games. I'm not paying you that kind of money to play those games. That's the reason why I was an 8 seed, because you can only play 64 games. If you play 15 more of those games, how many of those wins do you think happened for the 8 in those 15 games? Do you think that changes the standings? You think maybe you're up a little higher in the playoffs? You just answered your question. Our number 3, we bring on Omar Kelly, who was surprised by the obvious. We'll ask him about that next.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing a personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time to talk Aqua and Orange, Miami Dolphins fans. It's the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking to move your home or business anywhere in the U.S. from coast to coast, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Let's talk Dolphins football. Here's Omar Kelly.
All right. There he is, locked and loaded.
See these
So,
grades?
Omar, I'm laughing because Poupar writes an article. You're there retweeting. So you and Poupar out of SI. And it says, the articles talk about how we're surprised that Tua's not getting any national love. Now, the part I would ask is, why is there a surprise? He never gets any national love.
No, he's talked about nationally routinely.
But not love.
Hold on. Let me finish. He's talked about nationally routinely because Tua is probably one of the 5 players in the NFL that generates a viral amount of clicks and attention. It's just Tua is rabid. He's got all of Alabama. He's got all of Hawaii. He's got all of the Polynesian Islands. He's got maybe half of South Florida, half of the Dolphin fan base. So the attention that any story or any talk related to a gets is Tim Tebow-esque. Now, where I'm bothered and troubled by people's lack of respect for Tua is how many quarterbacks were in the MVP conversation at any point last season? Maybe 5? Lamar, Burrow, Josh Allen, Mahomes, Hurts. Oh, no, 6. Tua, because wasn't he in the MVP conversation?
Yep.
Didn't they have polls up about him? Didn't they talk about him on Daily Talk? So you had 6 guys in the MVP conversation last year, quarterbacks. He finished the year as the number 1 top-rated quarterback in the NFL, led the league in a number of very important NFL statistics for quarterbacks. Dolphins were very good when healthy, except when he wasn't concussed. How does he get left off every single quarterback conversation for AFC quarterbacks? Every single conversation. Every single ranking, he's like the 8th or 9th best quarterback in his own in his own conference, which to me, and I get it. A lot of guys, I'm not even going to put Deshaun Watson ahead of Tua. Like I get it. Deshaun Watson's got great resume, but what did he do in Cleveland last year when he came back? And get it, short time span. He did crap. Trevor Lawrence. This is where the one that bothers me. You want to list off every quarterback that you think is an upper echelon quarterback in the conference. Okay, no problem. I get it. Herbert, Lamar, Deshaun, Burrow, Mahomes, Allen. I get it. But you're going to put Lawrence over Tua? Like, what has Lawrence done except for he has won a playoff game that Tua has not done? I don't get it. And the body of work to his body of work is bigger and longer and more impressive than Lawrence. But, it is what it is. I love that it's happening because I know Nick Hicks is going to do what Nick Hicks does. And Tua doesn't pay attention to any of this, but Nick Hicks is going to.
Yeah, he does. He pays attention to it. He listens. That's all a lie.
I generally believe that guys lie.
He keeps receipts. He does.
Yes, he has said he keeps receipts. But he keeps receipts when people bring it to his attention. Tua's not on Instagram. Tua's not scanning Twitter.
No. But it's going to be brought to his attention that he's over.
As I said, when Nick Hicks brings it to his attention or his dad brings it to his attention, he'll file it away and he'll use it as fuel. And I know that's what they do. And I love that aspect of it because, he's much like the Tom Brady and the Jordan, and people don't know this about him. He looks for any little slight,
right,
as motivation. And when he's got a championship or he's won at a high level or he's put together an accomplished resume, we'll know the truth about how petty he was about all these little slights and his receipts.
I'll tell you this. To me, I think a lot of this and the people that are kind of, keeping him out of the talk, it's because a lot of the same BS that's gone on lately. A lot of people were already wrong about Tua because they came out and said he couldn't play, that he was too short or his arm wasn't strong enough or plays too much golf or whatever it was. And so they were wrong about him as a player. So now that they're wrong about him as a player, they're using now the injury stuff to kind of use it against him, overall. And because they've got to try to justify their opinion now. Now that they were wrong initially about him not being able to play at this level, now they need the injury to bail them out.
I don't know how many people there are like that.
Why they take this angle now.
I don't know how many people there are like that. I know maybe Sims' kid is probably his biggest critic, and
he was wrong about him, so now he'll use the.
Yeah, but
listen, I got nothing but love for Joe Rose. Joe Rose said all the time he couldn't play, that he didn't believe he was the player, and now he uses the injury stuff.
No, he always wanted.
When I get in the car and I listen to Joe, him and Hollywood they're leaning on the injury stuff now like crazy because they can no longer lean on, he's too short, his arm isn't strong enough, all that kind of BS that I heard from people. Diana Rossini was another one. Oh, yeah, no, he's not going to be a successful quarterback at this level.
You ain't no players.
Well, whatever, but she's there, right? They ask her for her opinion. Whatever, bro. Hey, listen, I don't care what your sex is. To me, it doesn't matter.
It's not about the sex. I'm not looking at Diana.
I'm just saying, you're looking at her like, she's not there. Well, but she gave an opinion, right? I just want to say it's a fucking stupid opinion, okay? Just like Joe Rose and everybody else that thought he couldn't play, you were dumb. You didn't.
No, I don't think anybody ever said he couldn't. I
heard it, bro. I heard it.
Who said he couldn't play?
Yeah, at this level that he's not going to be successful. He's too short. His arm's not strong enough. He's a one-read quarterback. Your ex-boss said that stupid shit. And he played football. You don't have to comment, bro. But your ex-boss said some stupid shit that he was a one-read guy. So I heard this shit. I took notes. They're all here, bro. I know who said he can't play or his arm wasn't strong enough or he played too much golf. I heard you say that stupid shit. Okay? So all these people that you see, 90% of them were wrong
He does
about him
play a lot of
playing,
golf.
and now they're going after him because of the injury. That's it. I saw it, dude. And
Okay.
and most and more of the Mike Tannenbaum, Florio,
Mike
exactly.
Tannenbaum, without a doubt, would have went Herbert. And
No,
but
but without a doubt, he said
that's not
he
saying
also
Tua
said
couldn't
Tua wasn't
play.
gonna be successful. He
Huh?
also said Tua wasn't going to be successful too.
No,
Mike
I
Tannenbaum.
had conversations with Tannenbaum about Tua. That wasn't what he was saying. He was saying the injury risk is too steep, and a lot of teams agreed with him. Too concerning. It is what it is, bro.
The injury risk, I don't have a problem with injury risk. That was the only obvious thing that was wrong with him. My problem was the arm queens, the size queens. Okay. Which our boy Joe Rose is a total arm and size queen. Total arm and size queen.
I don't listen to Joe Rose like that, so I know I couldn't tell you what.
Well, I catch him a couple times a week when I'm in the car doing a live appearance and I'm driving. I usually listen to Joe because I like Joe, but I know he was way off on the Tua thing, and I'll tell him straight to his face too. I have no problem with that because I heard it, so I know what I heard. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on that show. Zach's no longer on that show, but Hollywood is on that show. All three of them were dead ass wrong about Tua.
No, Zach loves Tua.
No.
Yes, he does.
No, you're
yes,
wrong.
He does.
You're wrong. Oh, and by the way, they were
right.
also all wrong about Chris Greer. So they weren't believing in Tua or Chris Greer too at the same time. But the Tua thing is all because of that crutch. That a lot of people were wrong, and then he goes out and is in the MVP conversation, and that put people like, holy crap, wow, this guy. And then they start with, well, look at his receivers. And, it's like, wow, Montana didn't have great receivers. Terry Bradshaw didn't have great receivers. Dan Marino didn't have great receivers.
You know what I find very interesting about this draft class? Bryce Young will probably be the number one quarterback selected. He is literally the exact same size as Tua. Now, no injury history. And nobody, they'll mention it, but it's not going to stop anybody from drafting him the number one quarterback.
Yeah, but would you take him or would you take, because I don't like what they're doing now. I think there's this bullshit going on with Stroud. So they're sending bullshit in to try to, bring him down. And then now they're trying to push up the Will Levis kid. And to me, that's just a bullshit sell job.
You know how you more than anybody knows how this game gets played.
Yeah.
Teams want Stroud to fall.
Right.
And teams want to artificially inflate, or agents want to artificially inflate Will Levis. I don't believe any of this. And somebody's going to fall in love with a quarterback. And I think all of these quarterbacks, I wouldn't take any of them. You know who I take? I take Hooker.
I've liked Hooker, but let me tell you something. I like Stroud, bro. I don't care what anybody tells me. That kid has got what you need in order to be. Now, is he going to be successful? I don't know, but I think he's got every tool you need.
You know what? I love their offense.
I like his accuracy, and that usually is where I start with guys. He's got pretty good accuracy.
I have not thoroughly looked at quarterbacks, so I have not thoroughly diagnosed a lot of these positions in this draft, because if the Dolphins don't need it, if the Dolphins don't need it, I'm not looking at it.
Right.
But I've seen enough of some guys to have formulated an opinion. And this is not going to be a good statement, but the history of Ohio State quarterbacks.
Oh, not good. Yeah. No, not good. I know.
It's not. Don't say not good. It's bad.
I know. By the way, for a long stretch, Alabama quarterbacks weren't good either.
That's true. And I would argue to you that I would argue to you that with one exception, they're still not good.
No,
So
Hurts is doing good and Tua's doing good, bro.
Hurts didn't finish there. I don't consider him an Alabama
Oh,
quarterback.
but he was there for a year. I mean, you know,
I hate that. I don't like that because
he only left because the other
so
guy.
now we get associated and tied with every school that you transfer from. You're a product of and that's the thing. Jalen Hurts shouldn't be going into Alabama's like Ring of Honor or these are our alums in the NFL. Like, no, you finished at Oklahoma. Don't do that. Don't like
but
now with
he
this
was
transfer
there.
portal.
But he was there. He was there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was there. He was a starter. He
By the
lost
way,
his job to Tua.
even conservative ass Mac Jones is still better than all those other Alabama quarterbacks that were coming out for the last 10 or 15 years. You know what I mean?
That's true.
So you look at it, the progression, it started to get better and better here.
And I'm not saying that a school can produce quarterbacks because Lord knows since the University of Miami were producing quarterbacks, they were quarterback you, and now they couldn't produce a quarterback to save their life.
Right.
But
and
what
I don't think the guy they have now is really an NFL quarterback either, by the way. So he might be a backup or something, but that's about it. I don't think he's a starter. You think he's a starter in the NFL?
Not based on what I saw last year, but based on what I saw the year before that, I was very intrigued and was curious to see.
I don't think he's a starter in the NFL. I think he's a backup at best.
But CJ Stroud, I would take him in the first round. I would not take him top 10. But all of these quarterbacks are going to be artificially inflated.
But that's always like that. That's always
Will Levis. I saw the tools and I was very intrigued. But then when you look at him, it's a no for me. And the same thing with Anthony Richardson. I have no idea what the intrigue is there. None.
Well, no, it's God-given ability. It's the raw ability that he's better than everybody in the draft by 1,000 miles in raw ability. So you know how it is, bro.
He's not even better than Will Levis raw ability.
He is athletically. He's sick. But the thing is, it's that one coach that's going to say, "Yeah, I can make him," and that's all. It's just an ego thing. But I think
this draft is going to be a shit show. Total shit show.
Enormous gamble. Enormous gamble is Anthony Richardson. But
total shit show.
But let me tell you something. If Anthony has it here and here, and you get the right coach, then maybe you got gold. Maybe. Oh, you don't think he's got it? No? Okay. I don't know the kid, so I don't know.
I don't know the kid. I watched a program I've watched a couple of interviews recently, and I don't get the intrigue. If he was like super smart or charismatic or just, killing the boardroom, like, bro, he didn't even win at Florida. Like,
well, they're not that good. But again,
I don't care.
He's not that good either, by the way. I've watched him. He's not that good. He really.
No, I remember watching him. I was somewhere.
He's an athlete, bro. Athletes will wow you with stuff, but
I'm not taking an athlete as a quarterback. I'm not.
Right. He's not a quarterback. This is ego.
Hawker is a quarterback.
Yes.
Hawker is a quarterback.
Yes.
Give me a quarterback.
Yeah.
I will even say Bryce Young is a quarterback.
No. So Stroud and a couple of these guys are real quarterbacks, but I mean, are they good enough is the question.
What bothers me about Stroud is, and I love Ohio State's program. I love their receivers. They got probably the best receivers and best offensive line in the NFL, in college football. Why didn't he win at the highest level?
I don't know. I can't answer that, to tell you that. Was that team good enough all the way around? Were they coached well enough? I can't tell you because I can't say I watched every Ohio State game and why they specifically lost this game or that game. I'd have to hear a Buckeye fan say something like that.
NFL receivers up to Yahoo.
Yeah,
I mean, his accuracy.
Hardline's the best recruiter in college football, bro.
He's the offensive coordinator now. I think he's.
But he's the best recruiter in college football, not just a coordinator, not just a coach. He's the best recruiter in college football, bro.
I'd have to hear somebody from the college ranks tell me that. But
yeah. Just go ask him. They'll tell you he's killing it, bro. He gets all the top receivers to go there. I mean,
because you're pumping them out. It's easy when you're pumping them out.
Okay, well,
Larry
whatever.
Coker was a great recruiter when he was pumping them out.
But nobody's been pumping him out like him. That's the thing.
Well, of
He's the
course.
guy.
No.
He's the pump that produces the gas.
Absolutely. No question about it. I want to see Hartline run his own program. I'm a big Hartline fan.
It's coming.
Yeah.
That's all he's doing. He keeps climbing that ladder, and all he does is kick ass.
I could see that
coordinator. That's his next step. He can recruit. Now, if he creates a great offense and a dominant offense,
that's done. He's a great coach. He's a great coach. Right? I knew he'd be a great coach.
I get that, but my point is that now he finishes it off now by proving to everybody that he can build a great offense and maximize all kinds of positions. And then now they're going to say, well, here's a program for you. It may be Ohio State. It might be somebody else. Who knows? I don't know, but they'll be lined up to hire Brian Hartline. There's no doubt about that. All right. I told everybody that the Dolphins are telling you they're drafting a tackle if they can. Why? Because they keep bringing in tackles. They've brought in a few in the offseason already. They haven't signed them. Brandon Shell is still out there. They just brought in Cameron Fleming. This is all preparations for if we don't get what we think we can get in the draft, here's plan B. Fleming.
There's no way Shell. They're going to be able to get a good starting caliber tackle in the draft.
Well, I heard Omar, you're not them. Okay, that's your opinion. In their eyes, they might think that somebody's going to be there at 51.
No, they're preparing for the worst case scenario, which is we got to sign Cam Fleming or Brandon Shell because we're out here naked. And here's the thing.
You agree with me that they're doing this because they are targeting a tackle somewhere in that second or third round that they like. If he's there, great. If he's not, plan B is whatever.
No, they I want to have this conversation with you since you're such a big Chris Grier fan. The biggest mistakes that Chris Grier has made throughout his tenure as the person in charge of the drafts, which begins in 2016, is when he is selected for need. If you just look at the history of when he is selected for need, as opposed to just picking best player or following his board, they've run into some trouble, some errors, some mistakes. Like, Austin Jackson was a need pick. That was a little bit of a reach right there. You go back to, and this predates him, but he was still in the room, the Juwan James era, where Juwan is.
It's not his pick.
It's not his
pick. In charge. You can't blame people that aren't in charge with the final word.
I don't disagree with you.
Now he has the final word. The last 4 years.
Answer this question: was he one of the 5 individuals in charge of putting together the board during that era?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but that doesn't, just because you have a suggestion doesn't mean anybody goes by it.
You're correct, but he put together the board. They had Juwan James rated as a first-round talent, and I don't want to argue. Juwan James, I think, is a good find for the Miami Dolphins. We're splitting hairs because Juwan James had 5 decent seasons for Miami as a starter when it got the bag.
I disagree with you. Too injury-prone, too inconsistent, bad pick. Disagree with you completely.
He had like one injury.
I wanted Moses with that pick.
I did want Moses too. I did want Moses and thought he would have had a better career.
Better pick than that.
Yes.
You're
correct. I agree with you, and I wanted Moses too in that pick. Moses had a better career, but Juwan James was not a bad selection because he had one injury season. Quality starter. Morgan Moses is better.
Yes, Morgan Moses was way better, but Juwan James never convinced me, bro. Just never convinced me, unfortunately.
We had a lot of misses, bro. That wasn't one of them. Leonte Carew is a miss. That's not one of them. Raekwon McMillan is a miss. That's not one.
Very limited linebacker.
Charles Harris.
I also feel terrible for Raekwon in one sense. The first play of your damn career, you blow your knee out, bro. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Come on, bro. Can we give the man a break? I mean, that's just
I think he's still having a decent career, isn't he? Isn't he like
I know, but I don't know what that knee took out of him. because he wasn't necessarily the most athletic guy in the
He
world.
was a two-down linebacker.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
we didn't know that for sure until he was playing for a little bit. Not to say that there's any shame in being a two-down linebacker. Landon Roberts had a phenomenal career here as a two-down linebacker. So 100 tackles.
The Florida guy for the Patriots. Brandon something, was it?
Oh,
He was
that's my homeboy too.
He was a Gator. He was a Gator, and he had
Spikes, Brandon
seven,
Spikes. He's got a CBD company.
it was like 6-7 years he played for the Patriots, and he was a solid linebacker for them.
Yes, he lives down here. He's still good dude, man. He's got a CBD company that's doing quite well. We have some of the products. It's
Brandon Spikes. That's it.
For pain management. Yeah, I said that.
Yeah.
There's no shame in that was a different era of football, though. But I think two-down linebackers are coming back.
Well, I mean, they have a role. You know what I'm saying? They have a role. It's just you got to – the problem that got screwed up is that in this league, it's more passing than ever. And so that's where the two-down linebackers kind of become like the fullback. You know, there's only a specific group of people that can use you. And if that small section of people don't need you, you're not going to have a job. You know what I'm saying?
See, but
20 years ago, everybody was looking for a two-down linebacker to put on their team. Everybody was looking for a fullback to put on their team. 20 years later, the game changed.
Question for you. Would Zach Thomas in this era be viewed as a two-down linebacker?
No, he could cover. He can run sideline to sideline. No, he can cover. He had a lot of pass deflections and everything. No, he can cover, bro. He can move. Yeah. No. And his anticipatory skills were amazing because he knew what the play was coming. So that kind of gave him an advantage too at the same time because he knew the back was coming out of the backfield. So he was already ready to cover the guy as he's coming out.
I think everybody turns their nose up at the two-down linebackers, and I still like those inside, hard-hitting interior linebackers. But the alternative is Jerome Baker. And
right. It's just the game changed, bro. The game changed, so you can't use them that much because then they end up in space. And we saw it last year with both guys, Ingram too, that when they ended up in space, Roberts and Ingram, oh my God, it got really ugly. And it's not fair to them because it's not really who they are. But it's something that you need in today's game because on any down, they can spread your ass out. And then that becomes a real problem for them overall. All right, so we're 2 days away now from making the pick. One, I know you've talked about it, you've written about it, but you don't believe that there's going to be any trade-ups whatsoever, right? You're okay. So
I think if maybe an offensive tackle falls that they really like.
I agree. I totally agree with you on that.
They would trade up.
I am convinced they like one or two guys at 51, and they're like, okay, if one of these two guys falls to us, then we're taking him. If not, then we'll sign one of the street free agents or whatever.
Yeah. I think that if Broderick Jones is in the 20s, and I don't expect him to be, I think they'll take him. Like I heard on Joe Rose's show, Brian Baldinger said there are going to be 8 offensive linemen in the first round. And I thought to myself, I can't name 8 starting offensive linemen in this draft. Like, not immediate.
But did he include, like, guards and centers, too?
He must have.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Because the guards and the centers in the back end of the first round sometimes sneak in there. So that makes sense.
There are 2 guards and 2 centers. So that's
easily 4 tackles or 5 tackles can get
so 5 tackles.
Yeah. That makes sense. Baldy knows. I mean, shit, it's offensive line play. That's his expertise.
1, 2, 3. Dwayne Jones, boy, is he falling. Boy, he's going to be one of those guys that
big guy, bro.
Damn. Yeah, but he's falling. He got some suitcase, some luggage, some travel on. Paid $50 to Delta to check on.
That's the kind of guy that falls to 51.
Yep.
Okay. I saw him at was it the East West or was it the senior?
It's a senior. He had a phenomenal day the first day and then quit.
The senior, yeah, dude. What? He's a house, bro.
Yeah.
That
Is
is
he a house that works though?
That's a big dude. Yeah, that's the problem with big guys. They carry so much that they have to be pretty special to be able to move around constantly because they have to have that drive because it takes a lot of energy.
Yeah.
Look at the Jets big guy constantly breaking down, Mekhi Becton.
But
Constantly.
that's injury. That's injury related.
Oh,
But yeah,
because
I hear what
you're
you're
part
saying.
of it, carrying all that weight and that size. Bro, that's not easy, man.
Question for you. Would you give up next year's first to move into the 20s to pick up Broderick Jones from Georgia?
They won't do that because they like Austin Jackson enough that they're going to try. So I don't think that they'll do that.
I agree. Yeah,
No, true.
You saying they like Austin Jackson enough, but keep in mind Austin Jackson's also.
Forget about what you and I think. Forget about you and I aren't convinced yet with Liam. That's not what they. I keep telling everybody that's not what they think, bro. I know it because they're telling me that, hey, yo, you don't know what you're talking about. So what am I supposed to do? They like him. So I don't think that they'll trade up. But would I? Yeah, I would. I would because to me, the most imperative thing there is in the world is to protect Tua. If you just give your quarterback time, that kid's going to pick you apart. And you gave him weapons that are just ridiculous. So you give him with his accuracy, his anticipatory skills, you give him a line and a running game, and it's freaking over, bro. It's over. They're going to put up a ton of points. So I would build the wall of Montezuma in front of Tua. That's what I would do. So I would, I would risk everything to build a line for any quarterback. By the way, look at Andrew Luck, man. You did a shit job of building a line, and you ended up with a guy on the podium saying, "I'm tired of injury, pain, rehab, and he walked away from the game. Why? Because you didn't give him a line, and then they go and build a line after he retires.
He was always rich anyway.
I know, but still,
that's
the fact
why they stay away from rich guys in the NFL.
The fact is, you scared him away because you didn't protect him. You know what I mean? And then they go and draft the Notre Dame lineman and all that after Andrew Luck, which is like, it's like Calvin Johnson walked away from the Lions. Barry Sanders walked away from the Lions. And this is going to happen more and more because players are making so much money that it gets to a point. This game is brutal, dude.
If it's not in your heart, nah.
Right. So what I would do, I'm with you. If there's a lineman that I think is going to make a difference on my team, then yeah, hell yeah, I would trade for him for sure. I would.
Yeah.
Yes.
To me, that's really only Broderick Jones. Now I'm intrigued by DeJuan Jones, the Ohio State kid,
51.
and they might be able to get him in the third round because I think he's going to fall. I think he's going to. I definitely know he's not going. Wow. I definitely know he's not going to be a first rounder, and I think he's
package dog. That's some Samsonite there.
Yeah, man. I read one scouting report that somebody provided me. That's one. It's one of those Rashad Jones scouting reports where they're like, bro, gonna be a great player. But you better know what you're getting.
Right. Okay.
You know those guys always slide, and we're like sitting there like, why are they sliding? What happened? What do they know?
But is it as bad as Isaiah Wilson? Shit like that?
Not that bad.
Okay. All right.
Not that bad. No mental health issues.
It's more lazy, not a bad dude.
Lazy, yeah, mostly.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And you know Ohio State's going to get these people to real.
No. Hey, listen, that's the trick sometimes. Sometimes that lazy guy can be reached, but the guy that's a bad dude, that's a really tough situation for coaches because now you're fighting the character all the time, and you can't do that. At least the guy that's lazy, might be it's because he hasn't figured shit out yet. You know what I mean?
One thing I will say is I remember Rashad Jones is a Chris Greer pick when Chris Greer was a nobody. He advocated for him. He pushed for him. He stood on the table. I know that for a fact. That was confirmed to me by people who were around during that selection. And I talked to Chris.
It makes sense. That's a fifth round pick, right?
Yeah, Chris thoroughly.
Forgive me for this one, okay? Yeah, let's let the black guy have the fifth round pick. Yeah, okay.
No, they did that. They used to do that during Hickey too. Hickey, the guys.
Another guy that's underrated. But go ahead.
Yeah, they used to do that during Hickey, where they and the people who advocated for him would come to the podium and tell you why they took him, and I respected that from Hickey, and so it's really, you know, those guys, the character guys, and I trust me, I'm not scared off by character guys, even though I think I've been advised.
Well, you got to have a strong coach, as long as it's not a Joe Philbin.
I've been advised it's very dangerous to put a character guy in Miami, and I also understand, covering this team for 15 years, some of the most talented players just fall through the cracks just because they can't handle South Florida. You got to put them in like Green Bay
Makes sense.
Or Carolina. You got to put them where ain't shit going on. And, you know, they'll live their life in the offseason with the lack of discipline, but, you know, they need focus. It's too many ladies out here, man. Too many ladies.
Yeah, temptations are brutal. All right, have you got it locked down to what tight end you want? Or two, because second or third round?
I got a whole quadrant of tight ends that I like.
They're taking the tight end. I don't give a shit what anybody tells me. They're taking a tight end in the second or third round. I believe it.
I think they might wait. I definitely think I like Luke Musgrave a lot more than a lot of people like him. And that's because he's got that injury history, because he's not that great of a blocker, but the body and the movement skills to me are phenomenal, sensational. I'm a big Darnell Washington fan. If he's there at 51, I'm running to the podium. Not a pass catcher. He's not going to do that. He's just going to maul you as a blocker, and I think that fits this offense. I don't like Sam Laporta as much as a lot of people do, but I do believe that he
I like him as a pass catcher. I like him as a pass catcher.
Your guy, Tucker Kraft, I looked at him. I like him. Luke Schoonemaker, I think Luke Schoonemaker is probably going to be the target in round 3. That's just my opinion. Tucker
may even fall to 3.
What'd you say?
Tucker may fall to 84.
Tucker. Oh, yeah. Brandon Strange. And then there's an Ohio State kid. Can't remember his name. That I think that they all can get the job done for Miami. Obviously, Michael Mayer and Dalton Kincaid won't be there.
Oh, by the way, just for Andres Orozco, because, you know, people sometimes pull this stupid shit. UGA exposed Hendon Hooker. NFL defenses adjust. I don't know if Hooker can be consistent in the NFL. Andres, I can tell you're like 25 years old or 30. Yeah, you know what? I used to hear all that when Florida would beat Peyton Manning. How'd that work out, bro? How'd that work out? He can't beat the Gators. He won't make it in the NFL.
Nobody knows who's going to pan out, but I like the traits.
But what I love is the guy he had a bad game against Georgia. That's it. He must suck.
You know what's funny?
Sammy Smith ran all over the University of Miami for 168 yards. And then we all said as Miami Dolphins fans, holy shit, that guy's good. Shula takes him at number 9 overall because, of course, if he ran over an NFL defense at the University of Miami, Sammy Smith must be awesome. How did that work out, Mr. Orozco? Thanks for playing.
When I look at games because you got to start with the highlights just to get sort of a basis of what they are in their movement skills, but then you got to go to the games. And I don't look for his most productive game. I look for his worst game, and I look for his best competition, NFL caliber competition. If you played Ohio State, I'm all about it. If you played Alabama,
has Hendon Hooker even played enough football for you to even know who he is? No, bro. That kid's so raw. but you're going off of ability. That's what you're going off of. He's not supposed to be a polished product. What did he play? A little over a season at Tennessee? How many games?
That's a good question for Sean.
Let me look it up. How many games did Hendon Hooker actually play?
All of these quarterbacks, except for the Alabama kid and the Ohio State kid, didn't play enough games.
Right.
But you know how this league is. That's why you got to draft one early, man. Just keep draft one. Keep investing in them.
Exactly. I
just
completely
keep investing in them. They're like a stock. They're a commodity. They grow value. You can, like, I'm curious to see what Jordan Love looks like. Like, just keep investing in them because you can flip them and turn them into something.
He played 24 games at Tennessee. So that's pretty good. And then he played in 3, 10, and 8 games at Virginia Tech. But I don't know, did he start them all or did he have – no, he didn't, obviously. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, yeah, no, he actually got – it was his first year where he didn't get much action. He did play 28, 38. Now he played a lot of games because even the ones at Virginia Tech, he threw for 1,500 yards and 1,300 yards. But, hey, listen, that guy threw 80 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. It's not too bad.
No. Great.
He did play only 2 seasons at Tennessee, but he played more than I expect. I knew he played a lot this year. I didn't realize he played as much as he played the year before. That was
tight windows. Throws in tight windows.
Yeah, no, but he's still raw. But he's super.
They're all raw. What quarterback is not raw?
But to judge him off of the Georgia game, that's ridiculous, bro. The Georgia has an NFL defense. Jesus Christ, they've got great talent. Give the kid a break, man.
What you got to judge him on?
I'll take Hendon Hooker in the latter part of the first round or second round happily. That I don't mind failing on a guy like that. Just look at the talent, bro.
What about a 51?
Yeah, I would take him.
Really?
I would take him. Yes. Ron
if
Wolf.
He's there 51, you're pulling the trigger.
Ron Wolf. Yes.
All right. We're on board. High five.
Because I'm developing him, and in blowout games, I'm bringing him out.
He ain't even got to play to develop.
I'm doing what Ron Wolf did when he had Brett Favre. He had Brett Favre kicking ass, all that, and he went and drafted Matt Hasselbeck because he dropped to the 3rd round or 2nd round or whatever. And then for 2 years, he showcased him in the preseason where Matt was like lighting it up. And then any blowout game that Favre would have, Matt Hasselbeck came in and lit it up. And then guess what happened? It was Dave Wanstead and it was the Seattle Seahawks battling for the services for Matt Hasselbeck. Miami offered a 2nd rounder. Seattle offered a 1st rounder. The rest is history. He goes to Seattle. He even gets to a Super Bowl and everything. He was a damn good quarterback. We didn't end up getting the quarterback when it's all said and done, but he drafted him and developed him and traded him for a higher pick under Brett Favre. And then Thompson took over and he then drafted Aaron Rodgers. And Matt Flynn. I think when you have a quarterback, you don't stop drafting quarterbacks. Absolutely because not. If you can keep developing them,
Aaron Rodgers, Brian Brum, and Matt Flynn.
That's right. And he traded Matt Flynn. The other guy he couldn't trade because he got kind of exposed. But remember, even before that, I've told the story many times. It was Brett Favre, it was Mark Brunell, it was Aaron Brooks, and Kurt Warner in the same training camp. He cut Kurt Warner. He traded Aaron Brooks to New Orleans. He traded Mark Brunell to Jacksonville, and he drafted Matt Hasselbeck. That's a son of a bitch right there. That's a badass.
Identify quarterbacks.
Okay, Ron Wolf is the badass of all badasses when it comes.
He's
to
also the reason we had Chad Henne here for 2 years, 3 years.
Well, everything's not perfect. That's why he ended up with the guy from Louisville that wasn't that good. So you know, what are you gonna do, bro? You know, but my point is, yeah, I've said it before. If Hendon Hooker's there at 51, yeah, I'll take him, bro.
I'm with you. I was just having that conversation with Poupart on the podcast.
I mean, I've got an owner that might cost me more picks down the line. Let me draft somebody that I can actually turn into more picks.
Stop it. Don't blame that man for
being in relationship with Bruce Beal, because that's the man we got to blame.
Don't blame him. He's trying
I gotta blame him for listening to Bruce Beal.
He's trying to win, baby.
No, I know, but try to win without getting caught, dude.
They all do it, man. Yeah,
but you can't get caught, Omar.
Man, come on. This is text history. Everybody's gonna get caught up in the text history. This is they wanted to get him, so they got him. And they didn't want to get him because of Sean Payton and Tom Brady. They wanted to get him because of Brian Flores. You know that.
You got to be like the Cheatriots. At least they win.
They get caught too, man. When they want to get you,
they're still winning. Back in the day,
that first round pick, it don't matter. It don't matter. It is what it is.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I would have been able to sell the show. It was hard. A bar didn't buy it because of no first round. So yeah. Right. So Bruce Beal cost me some money.
I hear you. Listen.
Every bar I approach, it's like, well, the Dolphins don't have a first rounder. What do we do?
Shoot or shoot, man. That's what I always say. And Steve Ross is a shooter. I don't want him to stop shooting.
I just don't want him to get caught anymore.
Man,
if you're going to go approach Harbaugh, well, then, bro, do it right. Don't get caught by everybody else. Jesus Christ, dude. If you're going to cheat, come on, bro. Cheat the right way. You know, that's what you got to do. What do you got going on in Sports Illustrated so folks can check you out?
You know, I'm actually doing a breakdown now of the Dolphins and Jets roster because comparing it to the Jets roster because these Jets fans, they're getting really out of hand. They're getting that.
They're like the cocky Heat fan. Just a little inkling of success. Boom. That's it. We're the greatest of all time.
Wow.
At least the cocky Heat fan has some titles recently. And
yeah, man.
That's the only thing.
They doing it tonight?
Yeah. Oh, no, not tonight. I think Milwaukee comes back with a vengeance. I don't think Giannis wants to go out 4-1. So I think he, and they're home and all that. I think we come back for game 5 or 6 and hopefully finish it off here in Miami. That's what I think happens. I expect a very desperate Bucks team tonight, unfortunately. You know what is over tonight is the Panthers. They're the ones that are going to lose tonight in Boston. What are you going to do? They had their chance, bro. You can't lose both at home. That's, you took one from Boston. You took away their home ice. You had to at least split at home, and you screwed up. So they royally screwed up. You got the Heat tonight? You think they're going to win?
No, but I hope that they'll win. I hope Jimmy can put on a cape again.
How many more times can he do it, bro? I wish there was another cape. That's really
off Jimmy, baby.
I know, but there's only one.
They need Duncan Robinson to step up.
Somebody's got to step up, bro, because that guy is all alone.
It's true. Somebody, yeah.
He looks like Ricky Williams on the Dolphins offense years ago, where Ricky said, there ain't enough marijuana to keep me going and taking this pounding. I got to get the hell out of here, baby. Okay? Because that's what Jimmy Butler is. He's Ricky Williams right now.
That's a good comparison. That's a good metaphor, too.
It's all alone, man. It's a shame. All right, follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly and catch his exceptional work there at Sports Illustrated with the one and only Alan Poupar. And catch their banter back and forth, too. They got the podcast going also. Oh, thank you, my brother. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the draft. We'll catch up next week.
All right. Appreciate it, bro.
Thank you, sir. There you go. Omar Kelly, baby. And our EssentialMovingExperts.com Miami Dolphins reporter. Remember, Essential Moving Experts, Sean Williams, great people, man. Call them anywhere in the country you need to move. Essential Moving Experts can get it done. They're big Dolphins fans, as you can tell. Their business is all in Dolphins colors. Their home base is in Daytona. But again, if you live in California and you want to get out of there and you want to go over to Montana, you can do it. You want to move to Texas or Florida or New York, you can do it. They can move you. It doesn't matter if you're moving from inside a city, inside a county, from state to state, or across the country. EssentialMovingExperts.com will get it done for you right now, folks. 386-213-4054. That's 386-213-4054 for EssentialMovingExperts.com.
You've been listening to the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking for local, home, long moving services, or office relocation, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Miami Dolphins fans, follow Big O Radio Show on all platforms and keep up with your favorite NFL team.
Okay, so Sean, how am I about people spewing misinformation on the show? How am I about that? Am I a fan of that? Do you know anything about that? What do you think?
You love it, don't you?
Yeah, I do, don't I? So
that's sarcastic, by the way, so those don't know the show.
Drago, okay, and we'll leave it up to the folks out there. Should we block Drago? Okay, is the question, because if you're going to talk shit and you don't have the information, right? So first of all, let's see, because there's a lot of people that are hardcore listeners, and I love you all for that. Drago clearly is not. He says, Big O, your best draft day was when the Dolphins picked in the second round draft pick Philip Merling. You were touting him all week with yes, yes, yes. So, was it Philip Merling? Was it Philip Merling that I was touting all week? I want to see if somebody has the answer, because clearly it wasn't, right? Because I'm telling you it wasn't, right? So I'm just wondering, for those of you out there that are really hardcore, since this guy wants to spew lies about me, because I did not want Philip Merling. Philip Merling was not the guy. He had a sports hernia going into the draft. Remember, dude, my memory is pretty fucking good. Okay? Let me see. Later, Drago by. They want me to block Drago. I want to see if somebody has the name of who I wanted that day. And they took him. That's the only thing Drago got right, that the person I wanted, they took. So that's really the key right now. Trying to find, actually, you know what I'm trying to do right now? I'm trying to find the soundbite of it, because I know I have the soundbite. Jake Long was the number one pick. Yeah, I was actually in New York for that draft pick. Okay, I was in New York for that draft pick, and I interviewed Jake Long personally. What a good dude, bro. Jake Long was like, you know what the word pure class is? That's Jake Long, pure class. And the injuries couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Dougie Fresh is the effing man. Kendall Langford is the guy. That's who I wanted. And they took him in the third round out of Hampton. That I said he was a really good run stuffer. And what did he do for, 10, 12 years in the NFL? Because obviously I must have picked a terrible player that in the third round lasted 10, 12 years in the NFL. There you go. Dougie Fresh follows the show and knows not to knows that I am not the guy spewing bad information like that. Let's see. Where is it at? I'm trying to see if I know I have it, bro. I know I have the damn thing. Maybe I have it. Let me see if I have it under Kendall. Maybe it's under Kendall. Might be. Let's see.
Here comes Ray Anderson, EVP of Football Operations with Miami's pick.
With the 66th pick, Miami selects Kendall Langford, defensive end, Hampton.
Yes. You have no idea how much I love this kid.
So, Drago, That's what happens in this world. Too many of you want to talk shit about people, and you're probably so in line to take a shot at me because if Philip Merling was a bust because you drafted a guy that had a sports hernia, but you didn't remember that. And so now you're so quick that you want to bring me down and take a shot at me that your memory is as bad as Omar Kelly's, but mine isn't. And so that's where you got to be careful on this show. Be very careful how you play this game. Okay? You might bite, but I bite bigger. Okay? All right? You might punch. I will punch stronger. Just telling you. So be careful on this show how you play the game. Okay? Because you're trying to embarrass me because then there's 5 other idiots that say, oh, I heard on the show that, wanted Philip Merling. That guy doesn't know shit. I really don't know shit. But damn, at least blame me for stuff that I deserve to get blamed, not Philip Merling. Now, if Kendall Langford sucked, then I deserve, the shot. Drago, you're on double secret probation. Okay? Double secret probation. So, me and Dean Werner are. So, watch your P's and Q's from here on out. You, very, 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 very thin ice. Anything can get you blocked from here on out. Hey, guys, I've been listening for a year. 1 year? No, I doubt it. Jake Long was good for the Miami Dolphins. He went to 4 Pro Bowls, the Dolphins, but he wanted more money. No. Jake Long was done. Jake Long blew out his knee, and he was done, bro. You had to move on from Jake Long at that point, unfortunately. That one knee injury by the late Tony Sperano, who played him in a preseason game on the baseball field in the mud and destroyed his knee, that ruined Jake Long's career. From that point on, it was just one injury after another after another. There was no reason to re-sign him at that time. And whatever you had to let him go, and he was useless from there on out. He was never the same player again. It was terrible. He went from being one of the 3 easily best tackles in football to a guy that was a burden from there on out because he was never reliable again and his body never held up. So Miami did the right thing. It ended up becoming a terrible pick, by the way, to be honest, because you can't draft somebody number 1 overall and you get only 3 good years out of him. His 4th year wasn't really that good. If he went to the Pro Bowl that year, it's because he went by like Xavier Howard reputation. Like he wasn't that good his last year here. He just wasn't. If you really go and look at it, he wasn't that good. That's why you couldn't re-sign him after the 5th year. It was just one of those things that you had to let him go already at that point because he wasn't that good anymore. It's a shame. But you can't draft somebody number 1 and he's only here for 1 contract. That's a bad contract. That's a bad draft. If you draft him number 1 overall, he needs to be a great player and he needs to be on your team for 10 plus years at any position. I don't care what it is. You can't draft somebody number 1 overall and the guy only plays 1 contract. That's not a good pick. That's a terrible pick. So, sucks, and he was a hell of a player. Jesus, man, that guy was good. Holy crap, that guy was good. He was one of those guys that made the position look super easy, like a joke. Big O, now that the Jets got Rodgers, they are an automatic Super Bowl contender, just like the Broncos last year when they got Russell Wilson. That's right. That's right. No, I think the Jets, aren't they winning the next 3 Super Bowls? Yeah. Wrong name, Big O. I just remembered the yes. That's right. But you remember, but you were trying to take a shot, dude. You weren't trying to do anything else but take a shot. That's all. Because why would you mention that I wanted Philip Merling and then that I said yes? So. Big O, bigger bust draft pick, Beasley or Chad Henne? Oh, Beasley, number 2 overall in the draft. Chad Henne was the 50th pick in the draft. He was a 4-year starter, had over 10,000 yards. He was coming off a bowl game. Remember this, where they did a spread offense and they lit up the Gators. And Chad Henne threw like 400 yards. It wasn't like a typical Michigan offense. And so people like looked at it in the draft, and I'm sure including the Dolphins, and said, well, wait a minute. Wow, they even had Chad do a spread in that game. And, brother, they trashed Florida that day. Go look at it. Chad had a hell of a bowl game. So Chad had a gun. He was a good dude, right? Smart guy, dedicated, had all the stats, wanted Michigan, and then closed out his career with a hell of a win against the Gators, lit him up. He was worthy of the 50th pick in the draft, dude. Chad Henne was not a bad pick at 50 for a quarterback, because you think about his credentials, it just didn't work out, but Beasley was a flat-out bust, dude. You take somebody number 2 overall, you're supposed to be a stud. You take somebody 50th overall, that quarterback is a project in the second round. You know, once you take a quarterback late first on, that quarterback really, you're not really looking at him like a stud right away. You're kind of looking at him like a project, like a guy you've got to develop. But if you look at a guy that you've got to develop, brother, Chad Henne had great credentials coming into the NFL. That I will give Parcells and company all the respect with that. That was not a pick that didn't make sense. The Chad Henne pick at 50 in that scenario, everything made all the sense in the world. It just didn't work out. That's all. That's it. But Beasley, oh my God, that's a catastrophic bust. You know what I'm saying? You got to compare Beasley to Sammy Smith at 9. I don't know. Give me some other. Ronnie Brown at 2. Because Ronnie had a couple good years, but was he really worth the number 2 overall pick? As much as I like Ronnie Brown as a person, all of that, no, he wasn't. He was not. Unfortunately, he was a good player, but he wasn't worth the 2nd overall pick in the draft. Are you kidding me? 2nd overall pick in the draft is supposed to be like a franchise player for many, many years to come. Somebody you build your entire team around. That wasn't Ronnie Brown. Good player, but not number 2 overall. So if you're going to compare Beasley, you compare him to some of those kind of guys. Deion Jordan. That's a great one right there. Woo! Beasley or Deion Jordan? That's your question right there. Because Beasley is definitely over Ronnie. Ronnie at least did something in this league. He was good. But and Sammy did nothing. So you can compare that one to Sammy or to Deion Jordan. Okay? And at least Jordan still stayed in the league too, and he's actually had some sacks and everything, but those are the comparisons, I would say. The Chad Henne pick, that was a responsible pick. That one, you got a guy that had everything that you need. The arm, the size, the smarts, the stats. He won. His last game played a completely different offense and lit it up. So you're like, whoa, wait a minute. He's got a little variety to him. And it just didn't work out. That's all. Yeah, Deion Jordan's the worst pick. Yeah, definitely. Ted Ginn Jr., as disappointing as that pick was. No, but you know what? Ted Ginn by himself beat the Jets one time for the Dolphins. He beat Darrelle Revis for a touchdown and then ran a punt back for a punter kick return. I forgot which one it was, but it was one of those two. Like, he did a couple things while he was here. He was always one of the better returners in the league. And then he went on to have one really solid professional career, dude. Ted Ginn is way better than all those players that we talked about. Now, was he worthy? It's like the Ronnie Brown thing. Ronnie Brown was a good player. Was he worthy of number 2 overall? Hell no. Ted Ginn had a good career overall. Was he worthy ever of the number 9 pick? No. But But again, that's not their fault. Okay? Those are the people that picked them, and, they didn't do the right thing. Big O, if only Beasley had his head on straight when we had him. The guy had an incredible ball skills and gifted score, and he let it go to waste due to immaturity. Exactly. Hooker would have been the first pick in the draft if not for the ACL injury. So he's a top 5 talent in this year's draft. Somebody's going to take him, bro. That's why, there's no way he lasts to 51. But if he does, I'm the Dolphins. I don't mind taking it. I would not complain about taking Hendon Hooker. And it's not because I want him to take Tua's job. It's because it could lead to way more picks. That's why. I'm thinking big picture. I'm thinking of bettering the Dolphins and all that. So, Big O, Jason Allen was one of my all-time frustrations. Yeah. But he was a later first-round pick. Noah was, but Nate, again, that was kind of a later first-round pick too. But it's been a terrible pick. Absolutely horrible pick. But they've made a lot of good ones around it, so I'm not that worried about that one. Great person and play, Ronnie Brown, but never should have been taken top 5. Of course not. He's, that's not his fault, but he wasn't a top 5 player. And Jamar Fletcher was bad too. But again, that was the back end of the first round. And we're talking about, early picks. It's a lot harder at the back end of the first round. When you're taking them top 10, you need to hit on that pick. You cannot miss on a top 10 pick in the NFL. No. You do that, then, that's setting you back. Tannehill was mediocre. They got at least serviceable years out of Tannehill, but at number 8 overall, I'm not drafting somebody 8 overall to be a serviceable player. That's not enough for me, unfortunately. I can't lean that way. So what do you got today, Sean? You got the Heat getting it done, or what's the deal? You picking the Heat?
Heat win big.
The Heat win big. Okay. Vegas has got them by 11.5. 11.5. That's a lot of disrespect there after that win. I gotta tell you. Woo! Man. Aaron Rodgers said goodbye to Green Bay. And he put out a social media post with some pictures. And he put to the Packers fans, I'm not sure it's possible to fully express the gratitude that I have to the Packers, our incredible fans, the state of Wisconsin, the thousands of players that I've crossed paths with, the incredible men and women who work for the organization, and the amazing people who I got to meet along the way in one post with 10 pictures. But I hope you read this and feel my heart and soul filled with love, joy, and peace about my time in Green Bay and Gold, or Green and Gold. I grew up in Green Bay, drafted at 21, fell in love with the game, met some lifelong friends, and take with me memories that will last a lifetime. And, listen, cool move by his part and classy. You don't want to forget the fan base that has taken care of you for so long. But here's the sad part about all of this, and the sad reality to all of this, right? That most of the time, there has to be an ugly ending in sports. Did we get a beautiful ending with Dwayne Wade? No. Pat Riley made a terrible decision and decided to give Dwayne Wade's money to Hassan Whiteside. So the guy that has meant everything to your franchise, you slapped him in the face by giving a bum $100 million contract because you thought that bum was more important than your past, even if you didn't think Wade was your future, right? Dan Marino was almost traded a couple times. Huizenga would not have any of it, but it ended up ugly because him and Jimmy just never really saw eye to eye, and Jimmy mishandled that whole situation. And Marino broke down towards the end, had the bone spurs in his shoulder, and it was hurting his throwing, and the system was so remedial that Ted Johnson and company knew their calls and everything, and it was just an ugly ending, right? Joe Montana had the back injury. San Francisco didn't want to hang on anymore. They went and got a guy named Steve Young that was ready to go, and they casted him off to Kansas City. Joe Namath, after predicting the Super Bowl and winning it and having his years with the Jets, ended up broken down with the Rams. And Willie Mays broken down playing for the Mets, and it's just one of those things that unfortunately, you have these ugly endings with your stars, and it never really, like most of the time, it never ends nice. It doesn't end like John Elway. That John Elway had a complete career in Denver, and then his last 2 years were the greatest 2 years of the Denver Broncos, existence, where they won back-to-back Super Bowls, dominant defense, hell of an offense, and he walked right into the sunset with 2 championships. Nobody does that kind of shit. It's Tom Brady winning 6, and yet you're still pushing him out the door. And then he goes to Tampa to win 7. You know what I'm saying? But the ugliness in New England continued when it didn't really have to, right? Because he was good enough to win another title. But yet you're pushing him out the door because you want to turn the page. And it's kind of screwed up because you are the one that gets screwed. The star gets screwed because the star gave you everything, provided everything for you. And if you actually had success with that star and you won championships and your best moments, or some of them, were with this star, how come you don't stay with them all the way to the end? Because money gets in the way, because the cap gets in the way, because winning gets in the way. And sometimes you make the decision that that person no longer is part of your equation in winning. And sometimes you're right. And sometimes, like the Tom Brady situation, you were wrong. And I get it. New England got off the gravy train with a lot of players at the right time. Right? Lawyer Malloy. They got off the train with the lineman that's on ESPN that they is it Woody or something, that they moved him over to Detroit, and the offensive lineman that they traded to Tampa Bay for a 3rd rounder. I'm forgetting his name now, a couple years ago, and the floor dropped on that guy like right away. That same year, Tampa found out they traded for a bust at that point. So I get it that there were times that he got off the gravy train, at the right time. But, sometimes you're getting off that gravy train a little too early. And sometimes maybe you need to close that chapter the right way. Good for the Broncos that they got their championships and they were able to close the era of John Elway as a player the right way. That was cool. Like Michael Jordan, bro. Michael Jordan wins all those titles for you, and you push him out because you're dying to move on, and he has to move on to the Washington Wizards. That's Michael freaking Jordan, bro. How do you push out Michael Jordan? It's the weirdest thing, man. And it's kind of a twisted thing in sports. And there's a part of all of us, I think, that in a perfect world, we don't want to see that. I don't want to see a broken down Marino mistreated by Jimmy Johnson in the final couple years. That hurts, bro. To this day, it bothers me the way Jimmy Johnson mishandled that. I don't want to see Dwayne Wade be forced out for some bum-ass dude like Hassan Whiteside. Sometimes these organizations don't make the right moves. And they don't stand by the people that you should stand by, like Dwayne Wade. It's kind of weird. And you look at it, if you're Green Bay, Jordan Love better be the man, because I get it. Aaron is getting older. I get it. He's 40 years old. The numbers were declining last year. I understand all of that, but he's really the only reason why you've also been successful too. So you better be right, Green Bay. You better hope that the floor drops from Aaron Rodgers with the Jets, that he really gets old quickly there, and then it justifies your position. Because if he goes to have, the kind of success that, let's say, Brady had, that's egg on your face, and Jordan Love is flopping like Mac Jones, yeah, that's not a good look for you. But it's just kind of odd that, the great players a lot of times never really get the storybook ending that they deserve sometimes. Anyway, there you go. We have one of the best overall rosters in football. If Tua can't win here, it's not because we didn't build a team around him. I agree. He's just got to stay healthy, bro, and he'll be fine. I'm not worried about winning with Tua at all. Okay, it's more about Tua making good decisions on the field and getting rid of the football. That's all I'm worried about with Tua. I am not worried about winning. I'm not worried about great stats. I'm not worried about MVP potential. I'm not worried about playoffs and Super Bowl. I think all of those things can be had with Tua. I just want Tua to take care of himself. I want him to make good decisions out there on the field and get rid of the football when he needs to get rid of the football. Stop hanging on to it and taking extra hits for no reason at all. That's all I want him to do. He does that, the rest will take care of itself. The kid's a great player. Just got to be smart, man. That's all we need him to do. Be smart. I'm still mad at Riley for choosing that complaining, pouting bum Whiteside over Wade. And it's understandable. And Riley should be mad at himself every single day for making that bad mistake. In the era of Green Bay, who was better, Favre or Rodgers? I'm taking Favre. I'm taking Rodgers, believe it or not. Favre played a lot of stupid football. He turned over the ball a lot. His Super Bowl team was super dominant. Yeah, no, I'm taking Rodgers over Favre. Favre threw too many interceptions that it drive me crazy. Aaron Rodgers will be doing Centrum Silver commercials before he wins another division. Got to get me a red light recovery hat. Go for it, King Short. Remember, email them when you go on to redrecovery.com. Go to the contact us part. Send them an email and tell them that I told you to send it and that you're interested in the hat, and they'll take care of you. As long as Miami stays relatively healthy, it's a Super Bowl team. When Aaron Rodgers struggles in the AFC East and gets roasted by the New York media, he'll walk away. But until he plays 66% of the snaps. I love that perfect cute. They give up the first rounder, right? No, but wait a minute. No, we don't want that. No. We want him to play 64% of the snaps, doggy. Right? Oh, no. You're right. We want him 66 because then that forces the Jets to give up a first rounder. Now, that's right. The other way around. My bad. You are correct. Yeah, play 66, suck, not make the playoffs, still give up a first rounder. I love it. That would be good. Yeah, Pat needs to retiring Jordan and Marino was ridiculous. They're not retired. They're celebrated is what they are. That's what they're honored. That's the line they'll use. Not really retired. They're honored is what they are, but still not really. The Heat don't need to do that, bro. Your organization is a great organization on its own. Okay. Your history is rich enough already as it is. Live off your history, your banners, your team, your players. We can live off of that. Hell, if I'm Mickey Harrison, I'm building a Miami Heat Hall of Fame somewhere on that property in the back by the ocean or something. I don't even know how you haven't done that already. There should be a Miami Heat Hall of Fame already. They have enough history to create that. I think that would be a super cool thing. Dolphins and Heat are the two franchises that have, obviously, I'm not talking about college. obviously has that, and they already have it, but the Heat should create it. Oh, I cried when Wade left to the Bulls. I don't blame you, bro. Just, it wasn't cool. I get it. And you know what? I understood what they were doing. That, hey, they thought he was the future, Whiteside. And I understood that. I disagreed with the Whiteside contract. I understood what they were trying to do because they felt like, they were going to get more and more out of him. And I know Riley loves his big man, and he's always had that fascination and all that kind of stuff. But it didn't work out. And hindsight's 2020. So, I wonder if Riley invests in our own players now because of the mistake he made with Wade. No, I think that's the cheapness of above. That, you're not willing to go over the tax constantly. So you're trying to go cheap and find guys under the radar to then develop on your own. And, that's kind of what I think is going on. I think there needs to be more of a all-out commitment from above. And then in the front office, they need to make a lot better decisions. They have made too many bad decisions. Again, I'll repeat it over and over again. I will be very critical of Riley here in the decisions he's made over the last 8 to 10 years. But that does not mean I want to make any changes whatsoever with the Miami Heat organization. All I'm demanding and wanting is that Riley does better, like he has in the past. Make better decisions. Not Kyle Lowry, not Duncan Robinson. Better decisions. Okay? That's all I want him to do. And I want Mickey Harrison to open up the wallet a little bit more. I don't want to hear any crying anymore about, I don't want to hear the writers telling me about luxury tax, because then that means they're getting that shit from the building. And people in the building are telling, well, we're not doing this because, then we'll have to pay a luxury tax, this, that. I can't stand hearing a billionaire cry poor. I get when Bruce Sherman has to cry poor because he doesn't have the money. But Mickey's got way more than enough money. So those are my issues. Do I want the Harrison family to sell? Hell no. Do I want Pat Riley to go anywhere? No. In fact, here's what I would tell Riley. Riles, I love you, but you just screwed yourself, buddy. If you wanted to walk away and go retire in California to some beach, well, you just screwed yourself because you created a freaking mess that now you're going to have to fix over the next 2 or 3 years to really build a real championship team. So get to it and let's go. And that's it. And I'm backing Riley. I am not leaving my wingman ever. I'm not doing what we did to Shula. I learned my lesson then, and I'm riding and dying with Riley. Okay? So I will be critical of Riley, but in no way, shape, or form does it mean that I want him to go anywhere. Okay? I hope he's here till he's 157 years old. Okay? I hope I'm dead and gone years later and he's still here decades after. All right? I'm not here to want any changes or anything like that, but I am going to be objective enough to say Pat Riley hasn't been good enough lately. And that's it. And if, he's mad at me or they're not happy with what I'm saying, I am sorry. I love you guys, but you need to be better. The Harrison family needs to be better, and Pat Riley needs to be better. Eric Spoelstra is the best. By miles and miles and miles and miles. He's a freaking stud and a half. He does the best he can possibly do with whatever they give him. I can't ask any more from Eric Spoelstra, but I can ask for a lot more from Pat Riley and Mickey Harrison and that front office. They need to do better. Okay? All right, we are out of here. We thank Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. We thank Matt Verderam and Omar Kelly. Yes, sir. Of course, we thank Sean Stanley, the man, the myth, the legend that masters this entire platform every single day. We will catch you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. We'll be, well, not same time because we will be at 3 o'clock live from Hialeah Park, 3 to 6. And we'll be on the same Bat Channel.